What's up, everybody on YouTube? I am about to get started on TikTok. I'm about to go live, so give me just a second. We'll get going. And again, if you're wanting to be on the panel, you go to TikTok and you can join the panel through the TikTok live. That's where I'm streaming to, and that's generally who my audience is. And you're welcome to come over there. I try to pay attention to the YouTube comments as best I can, but it's like two separate screens, so it's hard for me to, sometimes I forget. So forgive me if I miss you. Let's get going. F it Friday. Iran, Mamdani. I hate that I can only use so few characters as my title on TikTok. Kind of sucks. All right, here we go. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are back again for some more action. We are doing Fuck It Friday. Bulge enhancing underwear. I just ran across this in my feed. Kind of weird. I don't know what that's all about. Look, if you drive a big truck, just put a sock in it. If you have like a massive souped up pickup truck, you might need a sock. If you voted for Donald Trump, you probably need two socks. But if you drive a regular car, then you'll be all right. You'll be all right. There's fucking Debo. That's funny. So now when I do a search for my own name, Debo's profile will pop up. Lakeisha, what's up? All right, I'm going to come in and share my stuff to myself, to my peoples. There we go. You can have one. You can have one. You can have one. Let's get everybody up in this bitch. What's up, y'all? We are live. Get Friday. Give me a moment. I'm just getting started, so if you come in, just sit tight with me, start tapping and sharing and do all of the things. We are live. Get Friday is in full effect. Boom. All right. Good morning, Brianna. How are you? Good to see you. Now let me go over to my alt as I do. All these steps. I wish I could just push a button and it would just do all this shit. Or an assistant. All right. There we go. Let me join up. Request. And there I am. I've made it successfully onto the panel. What's up, y'all? Welcome aboard. Welcome in. Got a lot of stuff to go over today, really. It is fucking Friday, so really it's whatever, but we've got some interesting news about Iran, the Strait of Hormuz. We've got some Oklahoma information coming, which is good. Well, assuming they don't try to fuck everybody over, it's good. We've got, what the hell was the other thing? Israel news, I guess. That's not ever good. But we'll see. I'll wait for a few more people to get in here before we get started. Good morning, Lilith. How are you? Democrat won in New Jersey. What's up, Drew? Oh, we got some people requesting up. Let's see what we got here. Give me a second. It's not pulling up. These motherfuckers. And we got Antony and APAC. What's up, y'all?
What's up?
Not much, man. Welcome aboard the crazy train.
Yes, the crazy train. What's the dealie?
Well, it's fucking Friday, so we can talk about whatever. I was going to go over some things, though. I guess we could talk about, I don't know if you guys saw, but Oklahoma State question 832 on, I believe it's June or July. Yeah, June 16th, they'll be voting to increase minimum wage to $15 an hour. The people referendum vote. So that's good.
Well, that's kind of spreading throughout the whole country, but it's probably going to be the same as what Florida did. Probably going to be the same as what Florida did. They we voted it. Well, I didn't vote it in. I think the minimum wage thing is just, it doesn't make sense. But anyways, they voted in. I think it's supposed to be like 3 to 5 years or something before it actually fully takes effect.
Right. By 2029, it'll go in $15 an hour, because thank you, APAC. They're not going to make businesses go from 7.25 to 15.
Yeah, well, the thing is, and that's what got voted in. They voted in, what year did they vote it in? Was it 2020 or 2020? I can't remember when the minimum wage thing. I think it was 2020. It might. I don't remember. But anyways, what ended up happening is
APAC.
Everybody increased their prices to accommodate the $15 an hour, and it took the entire economy and infrastructure in our state to acclimate to the increase, which it was kind of like a perfect storm. And then housing prices went up, and then this went up. Florida. In
Florida, I mean, that stuff was going up anyway.
Yeah, but when you do the minimum wage vote, then all the corporations they start right away because they're thinking about their bottom line. So they start right away and with increasing all their prices.
Thank you. Sorry, APEC's going on a gifting spree here. He's increasing. He's increasing my minimum wage right now. Thank you, APEC. Appreciate that. Wait until 2029, y'all. We're doing it now.
See, that's the way to do it. Raising minimum wage isn't how you fix a problem. It's if you
how do you fix it?
Well, you first of all make it illegal for them to do price hikes just to prove a point that because you're getting more money, they can charge more.
That's the way it works. So if a business has to pay you more in wages, if they have a number they need to make because of their investments within the company, you're going to tell them that they can't make more money because they're spending more money on wages because they have to pay taxes equal to the amount of money that you pay taxes on your paycheck.
That's price gouging, dude.
That's true.
That's called business.
No, it's called price gouging because at the end of the day, any business that can't give a living wage to its employees shouldn't be existing. And to raise rates just so that you can make the argument that's business and they have to make a profit is really the whole point of why they do what they do in order for you to be able to make that argument in the first place.
On what planet is minimum wage a survivable wage?
It should be.
Well, it was supposed to be, Anthony. It was supposed to be.
Nobody makes minimum wage that is a fucking functioning adult outside of getting Social Security. Nobody makes minimum wage.
Anthony, it was supposed to be a livable wage.
Yes.
And it should have kept up with inflation, but it just didn't. And it worked then, and it would have continued to work. We wouldn't be having this, but they didn't set in like automatic increases over time.
Yeah,
Drew, you've got some serious background noise, so when you're not speaking, please mute up.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is, but it's really loud.
It should be like $22, or $25 an hour at this point, if it kept up with the way it was.
That's why tenure matters. You stick to your job, you get raises, you make more money, you build your skill. Minimum wage is for minimum skill. You build your skill, you make more money. So
it's not for minimum skill.
That's entry. Yes, that's entry. Yes, it is minimum.
No, it
skill.
isn't.
Your entry level jobs. Yes.
Minimum wage isn't for minimum skill.
Definition.
Yeah, it's
look up the original definition.
No, it isn't. Yeah, I'll just read the paragraph from FDR, what he said about it and why it was needed. That said, I don't understand if increasing minimum wage causes them to jack up the price, why does lowering their taxes not cause them to reduce it?
That's a them problem. They have to lower their own wages. They have to lower their bottom dollar.
So if their tax rate goes down and then they pay their employees more and it evens out, why are they raising the price?
They will raise the price if you fucking sneeze near them.
And we shouldn't
give them any reason to raise the price. They're going to raise the price.
And that's called price gouging. and it shouldn't be allowed. Would you agree?
Raising minimum wage, which means it increases the wages within they are forced to have to pay. So from 12 to 15, so if they have to pay 15, which means now that's more money they have to pay labor. So what's going to end up happening is they're going to cut labor. So now they're going to cut their workforce in half. They're going to pay them the $15 an hour. They're going to charge more money for products. It's just that's the way it works. It's the way it is.
And the people that lose their jobs, they can now go to anywhere else and get that pay, can't they? Sort of work itself out in the end.
So what about all the people that worked hard to earn $15 an hour from a, let's say, $10 to $12 minimum wage? So now it displaces an entire group of people that worked hard to make the $15 an hour, be building up their skill. So now what are they doing? Are they just entry level positions now because now they're $15 an hour and employers are no longer willing to pay more money?
Wait,
so you completely throw an imbalance into the entire system.
Wait. You're saying somebody that worked really hard to get to $15 an hour and then the state makes it minimum to pay and now everybody's making you're upset by that?
Oh, that's one of the problems. That is not the problem, but that is one of the many problems.
Do you know what businesses currently do? And I know this for a fact. They will, whenever they realize that the market for a position has increased the price, they will hire new people in at the higher rate, and they will not match the rate of the people that have been there for year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Even if they're making less, they will pay the new people more. Is that right?
So maybe some of the companies will give raises to this. Maybe some of their people that they want to keep.
They don't always. The only time that it usually comes up, the only time that it usually comes up is if somebody tells another person, and see, they used to try and make this illegal and a fireable offense, where you can't talk about how much you actually get paid. So when the new guy comes in and he lets it slip what he's getting paid, and this dude that's been there for 5 years is getting paid $2-3 an hour less than the guy that just showed up, now you've got a problem on your hands. That's when the corporations might act and do something accordingly. But if they don't get caught, they'll let it go. So you're complaining about the things the corporations are already doing, Anthony. They're already doing it.
Just makes it worse.
Well,
minimum
it's okay.
Wage,
why is it okay?
Minimum wage doesn't. But here's the thing.
Why
Your
is it
argument
okay?
is that minimum wage, increasing minimum wage creates a livable wage, which is impossible.
No.
Minimum wage will never ever be a livable wage.
Nobody is saying.
The only way minimum wage becomes a livable wage. Is
let me read
if you're
this.
collecting Social Security.
Yeah. Minimum wage, you were supposed to be able to put money away with a minimum wage, and you were supposed to have a quality of life with the minimum wage.
Yeah.
Let me read this. That is, yeah.
I'm going to read this. Sorry. This is from FDR, because this speaks to directly what Anthony's talking about. In my inaugural, I laid down the simple proposition that nobody is going to starve in this country. It seems to me to be equally plain that no business which depends for its existence on paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country. By business, I mean the whole of commerce as well as the whole of industry. By workers, I mean all workers, the white-collar class as well as the men in overalls. And by living wages, I mean more than a bare subsistence level. I mean the wages of a decent living. That was the purpose of minimum wage. And while raising it currently to $15 an hour is likely not going to get you there in any location across the United States, because they've been raising the price no matter what, and wages aren't keeping up with it. So I don't know why you complain about the wages going up to at least get to the point of the increases over the last decade or however long it's been since they last increased it. I don't know why that upsets you. You have to catch back up. It doesn't upset me.
The thing is, it's the argument that it's going to fix the wage problem, because it's not.
Do you think that it's going to make it worse?
I think it's going to make it worse. Yes, I think it's going to make it worse.
Okay, so
it's never going to fix. It's
paying
never going to fix
somebody
anything.
more-
Why would it make it worse?
If you
Paying
pay somebody
somebody
more,
more-
and then they charge more for the things that you were paying for before
not
wages went up, then you're at status quo still. You're
not
at
to the
exact
level.
same place.
They are not going to charge to the level where it outpaces the amount they just increased the wage to.
Rent has gone up. Housing costs across the board, across the country has gone up. Food prices have gone up. Everything's gone up. So now we're back to before the wage increases. Because now it doesn't matter because everything continues to go up. So
and who's raising those prices as a result of wage increases?
But at the end of the day,
doing it intentionally.
But it's induced inflation because at the end of the day, nobody fucking makes minimum wage that needs to survive off of minimum wage. Nobody.
All right.
The only way that anybody makes minimum wage is if they're supplementing it in with some kind of SSI.
No.
Or their children.
Drew, go ahead, man. And then I'd like to hear from
Look, I need to say that while you are raising prices like that, one of the things you need to while they're raising prices as a result of wage increases, they're using that as an excuse so that you can turn around and make the exact argument you're making. You realize that, right? Businesses do this so that they can invalidate the entire idea of raising wages. You know what? So what if they lose 2 percentage points on their entire friggin' profit margin? At the end of the day, if they're not providing a livable wage, they are not giving the workers enough money to be able to afford a flat tire or a car emergency of any kind.
Minimum wage is not a livable wage. You can't even use
Yes,
that.
Yes, it should be.
That's the point of what I'm
saying.
It should be.
You know what? If it was if it was actually kept up with inflation, it would be somewhere in the ballpark of almost $30 an hour.
That's right. Yep. Now,
but somehow people are still surviving.
Well, real quick.
It's because nobody makes minimum wage.
Because they're all living with everybody. They have five friggin' roommates.
Anthony, the reason that people are still going is that we, the taxpayers, are subsidizing the labor costs for corporations. Well, and if they paid a livable wage, we wouldn't need to do that for as many people as we do because they'd be getting paid.
How many hours is considered? How many hours is now considered full time?
I think it's 25.
I thought it was. I thought it was.
Who changed that?
I thought it was 40 hours, but
yeah, I'm not sure what it is.
Who changed
now.
that?
I know they changed it. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
because I think
it was
Trump
Obama.
It, and then I think Biden altered some of it, or maybe that was just for what they consider salary. Because they were paying.
Obama changed it.
Well, they were paying salary to people like $28,000 and then making them work like 60 hours a week.
See, this goes right back to your livable wage thing. If you guys truly were genuine in your beliefs of minimum wage being their survivable income, why do you support the decreased hours of full time? Because people needed those 40 hours. So now you're cutting people down to 32 hours. So anything over that is gonna be time and a half, and no fucking corporation.
You do realize that the classification of full time is related to benefits, right? And by reducing that means that you have to pay benefits to people even if you've cut their hours. It was to mitigate that. You understand that?
That's when full time kicks in. That's when time and a half kicks in. Anything after full time.
That's overtime.
Yes.
That's overtime.
No. Overtime is 40.
Anything after
that's not true.
After 32 hours is overtime.
It's different.
That is not true.
No.
That is not true. That is a lie. Anything over 40 hours, and it differs by state. The state is the one that sets this, not the federal government.
The whole point of that whole thing was for Obamacare, was to push the Obamacare.
It's for benefits.
Push the marketplace.
Yeah, so people get actual health care. God forbid.
Full-time classification changes in the hours that it's set is to prevent companies from doing what you were talking about, which was cut the actually hourly hours that you give somebody, so you aren't then also having to give them benefits. And so they reduced it so that you would then have to give them benefits too. And so, like, if you're only working somebody 20 hours a week then? Or 25 hours a week,
then these corporations don't work people over that, so they don't have to give them the benefits.
And
you're
we
right
can
back
fix
to the same
it.
problem you were having before.
And we have to fix that, don't we?
You can't force companies to do things. You think
can.
You can, but you can't.
No, you can't.
Actually, that's the point of regulations and laws, brother.
That's right.
Businesses are subject to laws just like a human is. Period.
No, because if you're going to start forcing businesses to do things, then businesses are going to stop. They're going to stop investing into this fucking country.
Well, first of all, APAC hasn't talked yet, and APAC doesn't like interrupting. So, APAC, would you like to weigh in on this before I get to the video I'm about to play?
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I thought I'd light up your gallery, so it's all lit up, by the way.
Oh, is that what that was? I was wondering why it was so random. No, I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
You are the gifter of all the shit, guys. WAPAC in the comments. I mean, come on.
Well, I appreciate it. I mean, you deserve it. So I think, and I'm usually one, so I identify as conservative. I'm traditionally usually against minimum wage hikes, but because of the tax reform and because of the cuts to a lot of these subsidized programs, they're supposed to really help fill in the gap for low-income workers. I see a use case. I see a use case because it's the lower and middle class that contribute the most to GDP. I see a use case because if there's more money in their pockets, then they can invest it more into the local businesses, and that helps the small mom and pop shops. That helps drive competition, in the marketplace, and competition's good for capitalism. So I see an argument, and I see it increasingly more favorable, for that reason. So it just so happens that with the tax cuts, what's happening is the tax profits are going up. So you need a balance. So there needs to be a balance in that. And both Republicans and Democrats have already agreed on SNAP. They already agreed in providing Medicaid. Why? Because they identified the fact that lower income workers, they need assistance. They need help because their wage isn't cutting it. But now if you cut those programs and you reduce and you cut the tax rates, then isn't it always good business practice to invest in your workers? Because ultimately, isn't the theory that they can then produce more if they have a better quality of life? So I just think it's good practice. So
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, look, minimum wage has been saving the lives of billionaires since the 1930s. Because if they hadn't been doing something, either through social programs or minimum wage, there'd be a lot of billionaires finding their way out of a window of a skyscraper, I'm sure.
Listen, I'm not against people making more money. I'm all for people making more money. I just don't think it has the effect. I just don't think it has the effect that you think that it should have, because it's just look at all the stimulus checks that got put out there. Everything gone up from there. That was a self-induced inflation, and then on top of that, there was a push for increased minimum wage across the country. Great, more money in the pocket of people. Great, that's amazing. But it's not fixing the inflation problem. If anything, it's creating more inflation.
It is the companies and the businesses that set the prices. So that is why prices went up. You got to realize inflation is something that is a product of businesses making choices to raise prices without any guardrails. They are price gouging. I'm telling you, at the end of the day, it is so that you can have this narrative that you are arguing. I appreciate what you're saying, and yes, I agree that is a problem. But the fact that they are doing it at all is the actual problem. I mean, we're up against the rich right now, and I want you to realize that. I don't know if you've heard about all of these events that have been going on around certain warehouses and things that have been filmed of people doing certain things lately. But I want you to realize this is like starting to, come to a head. Pitchforks are coming out.
I totally believe that, there's a lot of evil people in this planet. I mean, we know that. We know.
And their warehouses are finally finding themselves burned to a crisp. Those evil people's warehouses. That's right.
I'm not making an argument for evil people. I'm just saying that the system isn't built to work the way that you guys want it to work. So
absolutely it is. We have a country to make laws.
I give a timer. Hold on. All right, we're going to move on because I got another couple people in here, but there's a couple of clips I'm going to play that I think are relevant to this point. Let me get to those real quick. This is David Friedberg, who he sold a company to Monsanto for like $1 billion. He started that company, matter of fact, the same year of Inconvenient Truth, Al Gore's climate change thing. It was like basically climate insurance. So listen to what he has to say, and then I got another video
You
after.
own assets like we do. The four of us. We own stocks. We own real estate. We own other assets. As the dollar devalues and everything inflates in value, our asset prices go up, and we get wealthier and wealthier and wealthier. The majority of Americans do not own assets. They live off of income, and they do not benefit from the de-dollarization like asset holders do. And this is what is ultimately fueling populism in the United States. And I fundamentally believe that much of the unrest, the civil unrest, and ultimately this divide in this country is driven by the fact that de-dollarization, because of excess government spending, ultimately leads a majority of people in this country to feeling oppressed and left behind because they're seeing a few people in the country accelerate their net worth, like all of us here, and there's no way for them to catch up because they don't actually own assets. So I'll be honest with you guys and make a confession. I was at the gym this morning on the treadmill.
You were at the gym?
Yeah. And while I was there, I was actually thinking about the wealth tax stuff that's going on in California. And I wonder if it may be an inevitability in order to keep the United States from going into civil war. I mean that very wholeheartedly. Like, I just don't know if there's a way of solving this fiscal problem without a functional redistribution of wealth. And the question is, can you do it violently or non-violently? And if there's a non-violent path, I think that's probably the preferable path.
Just like I said, the revolution will be bloodless if the oligarchs like that fucking piece of shit right there would let it. And now this guy is trying to blame this on de-dollarization and increased government spending. That's a lie. That's not why that we're in the situation that we're in. We're in it because of greedy people like him. In fact, he is now engaged in genetically modifying our food. Like, his whole industry has been farming food and climate, and this dude's got like a stranglehold on it. It's pretty wild how they, these masters of the universe. Now, before anybody goes, I want to play this next clip, which I think maybe some of you have probably already seen. This is my man, Mamdani.
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million. This pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate, but who don't actually live here. But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world. And most of the time, these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end. This tax will raise at least $500 million directly for the city. It'll help fund things like free childcare, cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play in contributing to our city, and some a little bit more than others. Happy Tax Day, New York.
What is funny is that these wealthy people who don't even live in the city but own multiple properties are flipping out. And they have co-opted a bunch of people who make $10 an hour in red states to be so fucking pissed about this. Imagine people making $10 an hour in a red state with no health care and no fucking future are upset that Mamdani's about to tax these fuckers on their second property when they don't even live in the goddamn city. Make that one make sense. Holy shit.
We just talked about tax breaks. Now you're all for increasing taxes. I mean, you can't be on both sides of the spectrum.
Anthony, let me ask you directly. Do you think that it is a problem to tax somebody's second or third or fourth home in which they don't live inside of it a little bit more when it's owned by somebody who is very wealthy?
There's already a tax code for something like that.
Do you think that does it
Whatever
upset
home
you
is
to
not
increase
homestead,
that?
you do not get. Whatever home is not homestead, you do not get homestead status, which means
So you're okay with increasing. So you're okay with increasing the tax?
So you're saying New York doesn't have that?
No, I'm saying they're going to
be the one that enacts it.
I'm saying they're going to increase that.
I don't think any taxes should be increased. I think we should be decreasing taxes.
Okay, so on these wealthy people, while they continue to charge, while these same people,
on who you're going to tax and not tax.
Oh, you can't?
No.
Okay, so the fact that they don't pay Social Security taxes, is that discrimination?
What's your proof that they don't pay Social Security tax?
Because it's capped. It's capped. You only pay Social Security up to a certain amount, and after every dollar after that, you don't pay. That's
their own personal Social Security. So if they pay in, that's in it. Because it's supposed to be for them, not supposed to be for you.
But that's discrimination. Shouldn't everybody have to pay the same?
That's incorrect, because Social Security is capped at a certain dollar amount, because that is the only amount that you can pull out. Social Security was supposed to be meant for you.
Like I said,
your personal self, not for your neighbor.
Like I said, people making $10 an hour are going to come out with pitchforks on behalf of people being taxed on their second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth property that they don't live in. This is a fucking weird timeline, guys. Okay, let's move around the room. And Dina, I think you got in here first. Let me go Dina and then John. Dina, go ahead.
Oh, thanks for having me, Liberal. Listen, couple of things. You guys were talking about food stamps or food assistance, and also these people that are working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. I want to give you guys some quantitative figures. According to economic policy, I believe is where I found it, this average CEO makes anywhere from 281 to 285% more than the average worker. So basically, you have an average worker making about $15 an hour. That's about average, wouldn't you say? That CEO with that, multiplying that by 281 makes $8,430,000 more than that average worker. Okay, that's number one. Number two, when you start talking about food assistance and that sort of thing, whether you guys remember or not, in 2026, in the big ugly bill, I believe it was, they started making work requirements mandatory for these people in order to get food assistance. That's a monthly thing. It has been tried in the past and it's failed because of the bureaucracy, because of the lack of education that many of these people have, because of the onerous paperwork that they have to fill out. The other thing that I want to tell you is it's really a shame. There is no reason that we shouldn't have a living wage. Number one, because we're basically, as you said, Liberal, we're subsidizing companies like Walmart. So not only are they getting money, making money hand over fist, we're supplying them with the extra income by ensuring that their employees have health insurance and food assistance.
Yep. Absolutely, Dina.
You can't go.
Now, Anthony, since you're the only op, if you would like to respond to anybody, what they say, I'll give you 45 seconds to rebuttal, and then I got to get around the room. So 45 seconds. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, just because there's a company that's profitable, you can't go penalizing the company and discriminating against the company because you don't like what they make. You don't like what the chain of command makes within the company. You don't like the wages that they make. But in return, they are the entire workforce of an economy of that area, such as, let's say, Walmart warehouses. How many people do they employ? you may not like Walmart, but they employ thousands upon thousands of people across the country, which many areas within each state rely on the wages that those people make in order to fund their economy within that system. So the thing is, every area has its own economy with its own wages, with its own price points per thing.
Anthony, why do they hire those employees?
They need to run their company.
There you go. You need the employees so that you can make money. Without those employees, you can't make money. So they're extracting as much money from those people as possible to exploit them as much as they can, up to the point that people start torching those fucking warehouses to the ground, and we're starting to get there. Now, let me go to John. I think you were the next up. John, go ahead.
Hey, mate, how you going?
Doing fine, man. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, look, of course we can discriminate because every CEO discriminates against his employees all the time. All the C-suites, they discriminate because they pay themselves, 10,000 times more than the workers. So on one hand, we can't discriminate when it comes to taxes, but we certainly can discriminate on the payroll. I mean, these vacuous arguments are only made by inbred daddy's boys who are trying to stay in the will. I mean, it's as simple as that. The reality is that this is a whole class of psychopaths who have the mental disorder that they have no capacity to care for their fellow human beings. That's the problem. The problem is that they are characterless, right? They essentially, they only hear the drums in the orchestra. They don't hear all the instruments. And if it's not the drums that they're hearing, the drums of war, the drums of oppression, they don't hear anything else. And what they want to do is limit the rest of our lives to be as shallow and vacuous as theirs, to be the climb of the greasy pole, because they were abandoned at 10 years old and sent to a boarding school, because they were never loved in their families, because all their families did was treat them as an emerging asset. Okay, so that's the problem here. Maybe if their families properly loved them, instead of treating them like emerging assets and giving them a Spartan training, they'd actually have some humanity about them. But instead they have these vacuous arguments. Those people in New York City, that was a $235 million apartment, and the taxes for people who earn over $5 million a year. I mean, go fuck yourself.
You can't even make an argument without being a fucking douchebag. Like you don't.
No, you don't even because I built your cat.
Hold on. Whoa. Okay. Let's not do the name calling. I don't want anybody to get a violation today. Let's try not to get violations.
His entire time he was talking was nothing but insults.
Okay, I mean, I didn't take it that way. I thought he was trashing wealthy people. That's how I took it, but maybe I heard it wrong. But go ahead, Anthony. 45-second rebuttal, and then I'm going to move around and get to the next people. Go ahead, Anthony.
I think it's funny how people, I don't know, I'm assuming you're from Australia or some type of European country, but, these people come over to America and all of a sudden they become American experts in our political system, but they don't really truly have American politics and American lives in the best interest. They just bring their European or whatever country they came from, their politics over here, taint our system. And then they want to sit here and get on TikTok and act like they're fucking experts, and then call us all fucking inbred pieces of shit. These fucking.
No, it's a daddy's boy. You're a daddy's boy.
Nah, yeah, you can go fuck yourself.
You know it. You're a daddy's boy.
Okay,
you know it.
Okay, let's not do that. Let's not do that, John. Okay, I don't want to get my life taken down. How about that? Can you respect the space?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you. Let me move along to Chip. I think you're the only one that hasn't spoken yet. Chip, go ahead, man. And welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. So, I've been on both sides of this issue. I've been a business owner for most of my life. And so I understand that when you're taking risks and you're investing money and you're working your ass off, that you want to try to maintain your costs so that you have something left for all that extra effort. So I understand that. And at the same time, I also can understand that people that don't have the acumen and or the drive or the ambition to do that, or even sometimes the availability given their life circumstances, they have certain basic needs that they have to try to meet. And depending upon how successful the enterprise is, I think the right thing to do is to try to be a little bit leaning on the side of taking better care of your people versus not taking better care of your people. I think things work out better. The atmosphere of the company's better, the morale is better And, life is just better all the way around. Now, unfortunately, we have a system that doesn't promote that. We have a system that puts the emphasis on shareholder return. We even have legal requirements placed on the management of these publicly traded companies that says they have to do everything they're supposed to do to maximize shareholder return. So they can't, in a board meeting legally, because of their duty to the shareholders, they can't decide to, let's say, pay the workers more, because then the shareholders can sue the board of directors and the management for not maximizing shareholder value. That in my mind, is a warped set of incentives, and that's just one example among many. The tax structures, the very tax structures that benefit the wealthy, are lobbied for by the same wealthy people who have inordinate influence over policy.
Right. And that's a great point, Chip. This culture and even forced, where they have to do everything to make this other group money for some weird fucking reason. It's crazy. Anthony, did you want to rebut that? Otherwise, I'll get to Lilith.
I think the whole shareholder thing, making shareholder policies and all that, I think that's a great idea. So talking about making living wages, paying people more money, creating policies within the company, rather than it being outsourced to the government to force companies to do things, I think that's a great idea. Because you can't use the government as your hand of force to make companies do things, because then it's no longer a free capitalist country, which means anybody can go out and make something of themselves. Thing is, there's too many people that rely on the government, too many things, which they limit themselves and gimp themselves from being successful by doing it that way. I think the whole leaving it up to the companies to take care of their people, and it's up to the people on whether they want to work for that company. Because in order for these companies to stay competitive with each other, they have to make themselves a great workplace. The thing is, people are going to work for these companies because they feel like they're going to be successful working with them. They're not going to go work for them if they feel like they're going to get ripped off.
All right. Let me get to, and thank you, Anthony. Let me get to Lilith. Go ahead, Lilith. And then that'll be the last person. Then I'll open it up to the floor so everybody can kind of talk if they want. Go ahead, Lilith.
Oh, Lordy, have mercy. Okay, so first off, part of this conversation is coming from an exceptionally privileged place, because if you have ever had to live in a place with a food desert or a lower ability to be employed, people don't have choices, right, in where they're going to work. That's part of the problem, right? That's why Walmart can pay their employees this ridiculously low pay while the CEOs are making money hand over fist, right? And it takes a real quick Google search. It doesn't take much, right? The average CEO makes $281 to $285 for every $1 that their employee makes. Yes, we can put in things, because the reality of it is, if you want to have a roof over your head, clean water to drink, and food, like the absolute basic necessities, you have to work. That's not a choice. And to come in and be like, you can just...
Hold on, she's got a timer. Yep, you can rebut afterwards.
And if you want to come in and say, well, they can just leave their job. No, because, again, there are locations where that isn't a choice. And Chip is a prime example of a good business owner who says, take care of your employees. The wealthy don't care.
Can I?
Okay. Yeah, let me, I'm going to give Anthony a rebuttal timer, and then I'll go to you to start the open discussion. You good with that, APAC?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I feel like Anthony needs to get something off his chest. Go ahead, man.
A food desert. You're talking about food desert, then you're talking about Walmart. You know Walmart sells food, right? But anyways, how much money do you make? So you're over here an advocate for people that are making money within a system.
Thank you.
Let's say a CEO makes, I don't know, millions of dollars. I don't even know what CEOs make. But there's plenty of other people under that CEO within the corporate office that makes substantially less, because more responsibility, more money. I mean, he has to make decisions that can change the financial capabilities of the entire company. So you're going to base all of that off of a CEO, which he opens his mouth and says something on the media, and all of a sudden the stocks tank. Millions upon millions of people lose billions of dollars as soon as he says something. He puts in bad policy, the entire fucking business could decrease by 50 points per share. So
Okay.
there's a lot of responsibility with these higher paid positions. So your arguments don't make sense.
But it's a different role. There's a lot of responsibility for all of the employees at a company, including the janitor.
You got one person that puts
janitor.
the can on a fucking shelf, and you have another person that has the entire future of the business in the palm of his fucking hand.
It's a different role. Yes. Nobody's arguing that the CEO shouldn't be paid more. I don't think anybody's arguing that than other people. Right?
You kind of are, because you're over here. That's what you're saying, because he makes more, that he should be taxed into fucking oblivion.
No, I think 300 times like the 60s and before. 1960s.
Nobody should make $8 million.
Okay.
I don't care what you do.
All right. Sorry, I should have just went on to APAC. You're going to open up the discussion. Let me do a PSA real quick. Guys, we have 71 people in here. Let's get to 25,000. Please tap the screen if you're listening, if you're able to. I know some of you are working and can't, but if you can, please tap that screen. I'm about to reset the gifting goal, so be looking out for that. And to those of you that have sent some gifts, I really appreciate that. Kara, thank you so much for those 10 donuts. I also have information on my bio for my Crash app and my Vimo if you want to support the live that way. So APAC, go ahead. 15 minutes. We're going to open discussion, but APAC's going to start us off. Go ahead, man.
I appreciate it. First, I want to say that I appreciate like John's perspective on things. We live in an interconnected world, right? It's a global economy. Our policies have global consequences, So, John, even though John may not be, in the U.S., I think he's definitely justified in commenting on them. As far as like moral principles, right? Human rights, dignity, basic fairness, that's not like a national thing, right? No one has a monopoly on it. These are universal principles that should be consistent throughout, all countries. So I get it. Even, citizens have the final decision, with our vote. But that's why I appreciate, anyone who's not even in the U.S., commented, because it gives us perspective as well. I think the last thing I wanted to say is there was a comment about, what was it? I lost my train of thought. Trying to land my plane, Tim.
It was eat the rich. Eat the motherfucking rich, y'all. Get it.
Yeah, no, I lost my train of thought. I really, but let me stop there. Back to me. I have one more final point. That was made.
All right, well, just let us know if you come back to it. Yeah, okay. Guys, you can jump in when you want. Just try not to be too over the top. Go ahead.
Well, I'd really like to jump in here. What you guys are talking about is basically what we need to return to as stakeholder capitalism. And basically what I'm talking about is that was the golden age of capitalism after the Second World War. And during that time, a lot of U.S. corporations operated with a sense of responsibility toward their constituents, including employees, customers, and local communities, rather than focusing on short-term shareholder returns. Now, we went to a shareholder economy in the late 70s. Okay, you can be a shareholder and not be a stakeholder, as we well know. And then all of a sudden the attention went to the shareholders. We've got to make the shareholders more money. Let's make as much money as we can for the shareholders, cutting out the stakeholders. And basically, what did that lead to? That led to right-to-work states. That led to at-will policies that are so Orwellian that it's the epitome of an Orwellian phrase. This is why we are where we are right now. We need to return to that type of capitalism if we want it to work, because right now we're suffering from crony capitalism. And nobody is saying that a CEO shouldn't make more than somebody that sweeps the floor. Nobody is saying that. But I think that you would agree when he's getting paid 281 to 285 times more than the average employee, making $8,430,000 more, while that employee making $15,000 a year is making $30,000 a year trying to make ends meet, relying on food stamps, which, oh, by the way, is subsidizing the company he's working for. So they're double dipping, aren't they? This is what we're talking about, a living wage. We're talking about a living wage. We're talking about fairness in the workplace and giving people a piece of what it is they're working for. That's how it works. And it is the most successful. What we're doing right now is destined for failure.
Yeah,
well, a living wage and a fair wage
I'd make
is
a
not
point
the
to
same
that.
thing.
That if you're talking about how the CEO's ratio of pay to the lowest level of employee has changed from about 30-fold to 280-fold now, I'd say that one of the big changes that happened in the early 80s was the change of the regulation to share buybacks. I mean, for decades before that, from the New Deal to that time, share buybacks were illegal because they were considered financial manipulation, pumping up asset prices, basically rorting the market, so you could then pump up your own dividends and your own CEO bonuses. So you see, when CEOs are responsible for what is essentially market manipulations, not creating true value, productive asset value, okay, well then all they're doing is creating a Ponzi scheme. And so to be rewarded in excess for those sorts of manipulations, for those sorts of games to be changed, well, the Rand Corporation told us quite clearly that that's meant, since those changes in the early 80s with the change in taxation policy, as compared to America's golden era, the average American worker has lost to the oligarchs just under $350,000 US in that time. So for a
That's
two-income
crazy.
that's right, for a two-income family in America, if they were in the 50s, they would now be $700,000 better off. And now imagine if in America the average household was $700,000 better off than they are now. Do you think people would be as upset, and do you think things would be as chaotic as they are now? Well, of course not. So really,
Of course, no one's ever happy with what they have. They're always worried about what their neighbor has.
That's not true. People are happy for him.
You're not. That's just hang on. I just want to say, you're just address the point. I mean, do you agree with share buybacks when they were essentially financial manipulation and rorting? I mean, do you agree that workers? I mean, it's a Rand Corporation study finding. Do you agree that it's right that American workers are $750,000 out of pocket as compared to if they were in the same period in the 50s? I mean, these things are fundamental changes that have changed what used to be great about America to now making it corrupt, and that's the problem here. And so
Anthony,
it's a question of whether you support corruption or not.
Well, I'd like to hear what Anthony's response to that. Like, how do you feel about that? Those little tactics they do that hurt everybody.
Those
and
are all
help
tactics
themselves.
in corporations. I mean, there's always been a lot of sneaky shit that's been going on inside corporations. But that's all things that happened then. There was a lot of things that happened then. There was a lot of course correction that was attempted to be happening, like the formation of unions, which ultimately ended up just making it fucking worse. So there's a lot of
wait.
Well, the
Can
five-day
you?
work week.
I'm going to put a pin in that because I'm curious to know how you think unions made something worse. But you can go and finish that point.
Because the unions started out as a good thing, but then the unions started just taking advantage of the fucking people, which now the people in charge of the unions pretty much became the frickin' mob, and they're just strong-arming everybody for more money. So the ones that are in charge of the unions are making all the money. The people that are in the unions are still making the fucking peanuts. Yeah, they might make a little bit more, and they, just to appease them, they'll get a little increase here and there, but it's still the same fucking thing. You're talking about distribution of wealth. There is always a redistribution of wealth. It's all about who cries the loudest.
From the
Throw them a
bottom
couple
to the
fucking
top.
pennies. It's all about who cries the loudest, and then they get a few pennies, they shut the fuck up for a while, and then something else comes up, and then they cry a little more in 10, 15 years.
Wait, when you say cry, though, you do realize that people are just asking to be able to feed their families, put a roof over their head, pay their electric bill, maybe some entertainment, couple of coffees during the month.
Yeah, but
you say that's crying, but they're just asking for a fair shake at life, so they don't have to worry all the time.
I'm not putting any blame on the people asking for more money, so don't interpret it that way. I'm talking about that's what happens. People get out there and they start hollering, they want more shit, whatever. We want more money.
Course.
But it's more than just a corporation problem. It's also a regional fucking problem too. Most of these areas that you guys say has a problem are blue fucking areas with blue policies.
Not true.
No.
Yes, it is 100% true. Every single area, especially the areas that you claim that there's food deserts, are blue areas.
That's not true.
Red.
Yeah, that's not necessarily true.
Deserts are red. They're red. They're red areas. They're rural areas. Those tend to typically be red areas. Like this, your whole talking points are I can't even wrap my brain around it. Like, right?
So
When
you're
we're
gonna call,
when
let's
we're
say
talking about- when we're
Lincoln
talking
County,
about-
Alabama, a
when
food
we are
desert because
talking
there's a
about-
bunch of small towns because
when
all they
we're
have is a
talking
fucking Dollar
about-
General.
Well,
but you're gonna try to contribute that to like an inner part of
Anthony, what's a food
Chicago
desert?
that is overrun with crime, and the crime puts the businesses out of business.
Right, you're conflating issues. Let's go back to this. What's a food desert? Let's start there so we make sure that we're operating on the same definitions and the same understanding of
I'm
things.
assuming your idea of food desert
No,
is
it's not my idea. I'm asking you for what the definition
is. That there's not a grocery store within a certain mile radius.
That is typically, it's low income urban and rural areas that lack access to affordable nutritional food, right?
Which
Typically
private school did
not
you go to,
having
Anthony?
someplace to buy nutritional affordable food within 10 miles, right? Which is typically rural areas.
Yeah, in fact,
rural areas, you do know rural areas are farms, right? They're homesteads.
No, they're not homesteads. I lived in South Dakota.
Ain't nobody going to the farm to be like, I'm going to get a couple tomatoes. I need some cucumbers and doing their grocery shopping at the farm, bro.
I do a lot of traveling. A lot of areas that you claim are food deserts that are rural.
I need some cinnamon, some salt, pepper.
Fields.
Anthony, I'm going to ask you for a source.
Anthony's like, hey, just go along the fence line and grab those berries that pop out the side, and you're good. That's how you get your food in the rural areas. Like,
in most farm areas,
all those people got money.
They're not. First off, most farms are not family owned anymore. Second off, they do not, for the most part, grow things that people can eat. Like, right, if we look at the Midwest, the majority of those crops are soybeans, feed corn, and sugar beets. Like, that's not edible, freaking nutritional.
Shoot, Anthony be out there with the wheat. He's like, I got like corn on the cob, just eating the wheat straight out the stalk.
The farms aren't privately owned, but for what reason? Oh, because of price control.
No, the farms are privately owned because
why aren't the farms privately owned anymore?
Came in and sued
because
the
of price control.
Anthony,
you guys want price control. You want the government to tell everybody what they can make.
Anthony. So here's what's wild. I can almost guarantee that you have never lived on a farm, that you have never farmed. You don't even live in an area, right? So if we go back to the 1990s, part of the reason why family farms no longer exist is because a lovely company by the name of Monsanto, right, came in and started creating genetically modified corn and soybeans. And what happened was when those would fly off the freaking transport trucks or animals got a hold of them and deposited them, if it was found on your farmland, Monsanto would come in and sue you because you were not allowed to hold on to seed. Right? And when they sued you, you then lost your farm, which is how it then became corporatized. So instead of being up here talking out your backside on something that you obviously have not actually had to live, not had to be around, open a book, do some research, and find an actual source, not a Google AI or Wikipedia. If you're going to use Wikipedia, go down and look for the primary sources to actually look into how we got here.
So the reason why we're at where we're at, you claim, is all because of Monsanto, not because of government price control?
No, because corporate takeover of farmlands.
Yeah, there's a lot of various reasons. The Monsanto issue is one of those, and that's a valid reason why.
I'm aware of
but let's think about this, Anthony. Let me ask you. You do realize that legislators react to lobbying. Would you agree with that?
Of course, lobbying exists.
And so when big agribusiness starts lobbying the government to do things that are helpful for their large corporate farms, that means that legislators over time are going to pass laws that benefit them. Would you agree with that?
That's been a thing, yeah.
Right.
That's
And
called
so
lobbying, yeah.
over time, 20, 30, 40 years, they start to squeeze out these farms. For example, you'll get like tractor companies that will make their shit proprietary, where you have to go and you can't fix your own stuff. You have to go through them. And in order to do it and to get a hold of these things, you have to have this crazy amount of money. And in order to compete with any of these farms at scale, you have to have a lot or better technology, and they've been priced out. So that's another way that they've been able to do it. And this has been fueled largely by government legislation that pushes it this direction.
Yeah, and I think big government is a fucking problem. Too much government.
Well, no.
And you guys are always screaming for more government.
Crony capitalism is a problem, right? Crony capitalism, where they're able to do that.
You got to stop wanting big government.
No. That's government that represents the few, not government that represents the many, which is what they're supposed to do.
And not just that, Tim. The issue is that when corporations come along, that's not government, that's private. So if they come in and they corrupt the system, and then they basically sabotage, they set fire to the place, and then they come along and say, well, we can't have this as a productive forest because it keeps burning down. You keep setting fire to it. I mean, it's like basically the corporations are setting fire to the forest and then saying the forest isn't viable. Oh, of course, because it keeps getting burned down. Well, maybe if you stop burning it down, we'd have a productive forest as far as government goes, and that's the issue here. So, do you blame the forest for being burnt down, or do you blame the arsonists for doing the burning? And that's the issue
burning
here.
what down? Your analogy.
I'm saying that corporations and lobbyists are burning down the government by corrupting it. And rather than hold them to account, you just want to blame the government that's essentially being corrupted by those corporations and by those lobbyists.
Yeah.
There's too many regulations that they're putting around everything, which then in return turns into a tax.
Who was here?
Hang on, I'm just going to rebut that.
It's not regulation, it's the fact that...
I'm just going to rebut that. That's just the DAVO, deny, reverse victim and offender. I mean, you just go through this same technique where you avoid the point that's being said, you don't contend with it, then you just raise another straw man, and then you reverse the victim and offender position. It's such a nepo baby move that it's so obvious to all of us. I don't know why you keep doing it.
Okay,
you're going to tell me that regulation does not. I'm
going to tell you you're a nepo baby.
Regulation
does not convert to tax.
Doesn't convert to tax. Doesn't convert to tax.
Anytime that there is any kind of regulation or any kind of government breach,
I was talking about the corruption of corporations and lobbyists.
They tax the fucking shit out of us, dude.
I was talking
hold
about
on
the corruption of corporations.
Hold on real quick, guys. Drew, I didn't drop you. I didn't even remember who was in that space. And then I saw Redneck request up. So give me just a second and request up, and you'll be the next one to come back. But let me get to, I'm going to go through, APEC, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, no,
okay, well then let me start with you, because I'm going back to individual timers, and I'll get back around to make sure everybody gets a say. Go ahead, APEC.
Yeah, so, look, I'm a CPA. I mean, I can speak to the fact that a tax isn't usually associated with a regulation. I get it. There are tax regs that do exist, but there's regulations that keep water clean, that keep hazardous substances out of food. Here's a good example, right? So we know Mars Candy and a lot of these candy manufacturing companies, they hire formulizers to do what? Not to make the foods healthy, but to make the foods taste good, right? That's like their number one priority, get the consumer addicted. There are some regulations that prevent them from going all the way, so essentially making it like a drug. So I guess my question would be, like, when you speak of big government, you speak in terms of revenue, it's in taking too much revenue, or there's too much laws? Because for me, it seems, Anthony, like you're viewing your issue is with a middleman approach. You're saying the unions are kind of like a middleman. The insurance companies are like a middleman. The government is a middleman. And if you take the middleman out of the picture, then everything will be better. And I want to kind of understand if I'm correct in that notion.
Well, let me give you a little bit of extra time on this rebuttal then, Anthony, so you can clarify your position. Go ahead.
Well, sometimes federal is the middleman because you got federal, which then jumps down to states, and then the states create their own policies and their own regulations. So then you've got federal mandates. There's a lot of shit. I mean, if you being a CPA, I don't know how much you know about a lot of federal mandates. I'm sure you know quite a bit. But the thing is, there's a lot of regulations, a lot of mandates, which then pass down into different types of regulation within the state, which then comes with a cost. So there's, such as the vehicles. Like Biden wanted so many vehicles for every maker to be electric. I mean, and then there was a lot of mandates thrown out there. I think even during Obama did some of that too. But then it all pushes more cost onto car makers to make more expensive vehicles. So the thing is, it's not just that this regulation mandated from the federal comes at a cost, but then a lot of the decisions being pushed onto private companies makes products cost more. In return, which then there's a more tax, because obviously the more money something costs, the more tax you got to pay. It's like a revolving door of just tax the fucking shit out of it.
He asked you whether you agree with the middleman problem. Is it the middleman you object to? And you just spent a minute not answering the question.
Okay.
The middleman.
Well,
I
with
just
that,
explained to you on the whole how regulation fucking costs us more money by federal getting involved.
No, I understand. I understood your point.
Regulations.
I understood your point, but this is also true for many other things as well, non-governmental relation. Let me get to, I'll just go to Lilith next, and I'll go around the bottom and then come back up. Lilith, go ahead.
Right. This hurts my head at this point. Like, we are constantly doing this with people who dig in their heels, and I don't mean to sound rude, but I'm just not fit for public, to be fair, right? It doesn't take much to do some research, right? And you're going on about how, right, unions are this, that, and the next thing. Unions protect their workers, right, against these corporations, right? We're going to go back to what I was saying earlier, right? Those CEOs, and that is that 281 to 285 is on the bottom end. There are companies where their CEOs are making 6,000 times 6,000 to $1. Now, you explain to me why any single individual needs that kind of money. That's not something they can spend in their lifetime. What they're making in a year is not something that they can spend even in a year. Why? Why is this that you're defending these companies, these corporations, and this greed? And we also know that trickle-down economics, which all of this is based on, doesn't work. That system is broken. And that's what's created this wealth gap that did not exist to the level it does currently. Yeah,
fair point. Lilith, do you need the other 10 seconds?
Nah, that's why I muted.
All right. Perfect time. Did you want to rebut Anthony? I mean, you don't have to after every time, but yeah, go ahead.
The thing is, you're complaining about a CEO making more money than you think somebody can spend, but there's a lot of shit out there that can be bought for a lot of money. They can have multiple houses. They can have this. They can have that. They can build another manufacturing plant in another state. They can do a lot of stuff, which a lot of them are building more businesses, which then creates more money within the economy of that local area. Which, and even if they don't do that, they're spending money in a system, which then creates more money within that system, which then will be spread throughout. So the thing is, your argument that no, they can't spend the money, it's stupid. So what happens if you become extremely wealthy and you become part of the 1%?
Anthony,
are you going to want to be taxed into oblivion?
Anthony, I just want to say I'm giving you rebuttal time after basically everybody talks. So let's try to keep it to the 45 seconds if you can, because I'll also give you a time just like I give everybody else on the panel. Can we do that? Try to keep to the 40. Thank you. I appreciate it. Chip, go ahead, man.
Well, I think we have to decide as a society, as a civilization, how we want to, deal with these issues. Do we want to have 300, 400, 500 people out of 30 million that have, 85% of the stuff out there? And if that's how we want to run things, which is kind of how it's going now, then great. I think in other states, the European nations, they have a different social compact. They say, okay, there's some minimum things that we think our civilization should have. for the average person, even if that means we have to increase taxes on some of the high net worth individuals so that we can have a standard of living where people can live in a dignified fashion and we can at least minimize some of the suffering that otherwise wouldn't occur without the systems that we have in place. That's a different social compact. Now, does it mean that somebody who's spectacularly successful and driven and has a great idea and provides value to society may not earn as much and be able to buy as much stuff? Yeah. But I think the exchange for not having that cap or that limit probably in the long term benefits the harmony of society, because eventually the amount of acrimony and amount of discord that it causes society when you have these vast distances between someone at the top of a company who makes 500 times the average worker. If you're living in a smaller human society, the person who plans the hunting and plans the gathering doesn't make 500 times more food at the end of the day for a meal than the average person living in the community. But somehow we've created these cleavages in our society that allows for these massive imbalances to perpetuate.
Yeah, it's a great point, man. Anthony, did you want to say a rebuttal?
Yeah, but these CEOs, they're not making all the profits. You do know they're shareholders. That's where the large majority of the money is tied up in shareholders. So are you saying, should now, because a lot of the wealth within the investment of the company is within shareholders, which if you have 401k, you more than likely have pieces of pie. And then also if you have a company that offers shares, now then are you saying decrease the shares within what you own within that company? Your 401k should dip too, because that's a redistribution of wealth. Let's give it to somebody that has less money than you. So if you're gonna stick to one narrative, why don't you push it across the board and let's follow the fucking wealth within the company?
Well, I mentioned a specific model that we can already see from real life how it works, which is the European model. Now, no model's perfect. Everything has pros and cons. But I would argue, and I think the average person living in one of these European democracies with some sort of regulated capitalism, that the average person's life is probably better because they have access to certain things that are typically mandated by law. It's not just so much having access to ownership or equity. It's certain minimum requirements that companies are held to provide certain things that then come out of the net profitability. And then those who have more shares, of course, get more of that net profitability. But in our system, we have less of that. And we have sort of a less regulated, less restrictive capital reigns supreme in the United States above all other countries. And so therefore, a lot of the considerations that are granted to those members of society who contribute to the value that the company derives don't get as much out of the process. And I think that I'm not looking to take somebody who works really hard and strip them down to their knees and give them nothing. But at the same time, I think it's being taken too far. The pendulum has swung way too far to the other side.
That's right.
And again, I like to counsel people who are in the higher class. I have family members that make millions of dollars per year. But what I suggest to them is throw the public a bone, or you're not going to have a bone to throw.
Yeah, or they'll break the bone when they see it, and that's what we're starting to see now. Well, I got to move along, Anthony. You can address this on the other side. John, please go ahead.
Well, I mean, one form of Anthony doesn't like redistributed wealth. I mean, how about we just get rid of all the nepo babies? You can't hand your money down to kids who don't earn it. People like him.
I don't know what a nepo baby is. You're going to have to elaborate.
No, hang on. Hey, don't interrupt me, fucker. Now, the reality is that the reason we have Medicare here in Australia is because we don't take these conservatives in good faith, right? Because they're not acting in good faith, right? They're basically fuckwits. We call them cunts over here. And what we do is we pin their asses to the wall so we get universal health care. We call them out for the greedy motherfuckers they are. And what's more, they've never been weaker since 1944, right over here at the moment, because you see, we've got a society that just doesn't tolerate this nonsense. I mean, if he was to go and say this in the average Australian pub, he'd get his head smacked, okay? Because basically we don't tolerate greedy motherfuckers. It's that simple. And now we're a capitalist society. We appreciate people who succeed. It's not that we don't want that to happen, and we have plenty of successful, viable companies. We punch above our weight with innovation. There's plenty of things we could do better, but I'll tell you what, our universal healthcare system is half the price per GDP, and it's much better quality than what you guys have over there, and there's a private option as well. I'll finish on this and say that we've got to stop defending these bad faith arguments. Start attacking this fucker for what he's saying. Stop listening to it like it's good faith. It isn't. None of it's good faith. It's all just bullshit designed to do what Lilith said, which is to make her head hurt. Stop letting him make your heads hurt. Start attacking him.
I don't understand the argument when people from other, like Europeans or Australians, want to say the healthcare is better. I would say that your healthcare isn't better.
Okay, well,
They still come here for procedures. Your healthcare trash.
Hold on, guys. Redneck, you'll be right after Anthony because I was going to pop up. So Anthony's going to get his chance to say something, and then you'll be right after him. Anthony or Redneck, are you in opposition to what the majority of the panel is saying?
I would agree.
So you're basically in agreement with Anthony.
Maybe not to all his points, but I would disagree with some of the things that are being said. Yes.
Okay. The reason I ask is if you want to rebut something, then now I have two people that can also rebut that. So that way it's more equitable for right versus left, if you will. Anthony, go ahead, man.
The panel needs someone else to beat up on. But I mean, the whole Nepo fucking baby thing. I don't know what the fucking Nepo baby is. So next time you get a chance to spew your,
well, look it up, private school boy.
You can go ahead and tell me that.
You know what it is because you went to a private school.
Okay, he's got a timer. Go ahead, Anthony.
But anyways, the whole Nepo fucking baby thing. You might as well just
tell me you didn't go to a private school.
Me. All right,
did you go to a private school or not?
So, anyways,
John,
he doesn't answer the question.
Okay, it's his turn. He's not answering a question because it's his turn to speak.
He can still answer the question.
Go ahead, Anthony.
All right. Yeah, he did say he calls people cunts in his country. So, I mean,
yes,
people probably call him cunts quite a bit. But anyways, along the healthcare thing, next time it's your turn, how much money do you spend a year on healthcare? I know it's not zero because that's bullshit. So, which would then probably equal to the amount of money that you would pay for a policy that has a deductible here. So, you will have to answer that question next time around. But anyways, if your healthcare is so great, why are people constantly coming here for procedures? You come here for cancer. You come here for heart problems. You come here for any complicated medical procedures because the healthcare in Europe is trash, which you are an extension of Europe. You're just a more backwoods, bullshit version with a ridiculous accent. But that's very much an extension of Europe. And your healthcare system blows.
Okay, so you cut out there, but I'm going to give John, go ahead, 45-second rebuttal. Go ahead, man.
Well, I mean, he's just showing what an idiot he is because he's making accusations about our healthcare system, not knowing how the payment system works. And I'm not here to do his Google research for him, but I can tell I can tell him that the average Australian pays about $1,000 to $2,000 a year, and there's no limit to the amount of healthcare they get. This year I had 3 operations over there. That would be $250,000. Here it was all covered by that $2,000 payment. Here there's $25,000 medications you can get for $28 because of our subsidised pharmaceutical benefit scheme. I mean, basically, and the reason we spend half is because of all the profits we're not paying to insurance companies. But there's still a luxury private system for those who want it. It's just that because there's a public system, it competes with it and it forces all the prices down. That's why we only pay half the GDP that you do.
There you go. Okay. Redneck, go ahead, man. And welcome aboard.
I mean, I tend to agree with some of Anthony's things. Like one of the things I keep hearing, it's just not here, it's everywhere, livable wage. But that's subjective. Livable to me is different than livable for the next guy on this panel. So I guess I would like for someone to explain to me what is livable.
Well, I mean, how would you define it?
That's what I'm saying. It's subjective.
What do you need to live?
Food and water. That's it, and shelter of some kind, right?
And heat. And
you don't need heat.
Sure,
I think we can survive.
Okay, so
but as I'm saying, it's a livable wage is a very subjective number to hit. So I own a company. I don't know how many people on this panel own a company, but what would be a livable wage in Tennessee for my company? that would be the question, right? Because that's also going to vary from Memphis to Chattanooga. So when people are wanting to attack Walmart, it's like we're trying to get a one size fits all policy, and that doesn't work.
Yeah, I can answer that.
APAC, okay, rebuttal, go ahead.
Yeah. So it's so livable wage is, so if you take the average cost for housing, for transportation, for food, for healthcare, for utilities, for like emergency costs, for childcare, for taxes, right? I would say that's kind of like a fair, and add them all up, should be a pretty fair calculation of what a livable wage is. Sadly, you have too many people, for example, that can't afford healthcare, whether they have autoimmune disorders, whether they have emergencies happen, or there's a loss in the family, and so I think the argument that's being made, I'm putting it in two buckets, is moral versus social moral principles versus economic, and I'd like to expand upon that at a later time, but
Sure.
that's what I would define.
Yeah,
as
thank
livable
you.
wage.
And just thank you for those boxing gloves. I appreciate that. Now, Dina, go ahead. Your last one, and
thank
then
you.
we'll open it up.
Finally. Oh, my God. Listen, the only thing I've got to say is what you consider to be maybe a deficit on the country with these people needing food assistance and Medicaid, we consider an investment. A livable wage is an investment for our country. When you consider, and I'm going to use Texas because this is where I'm at, okay? 1 in 5 people in Texas are uninsured, okay? Many more are underinsured. People are losing their homes because of the lack of health care. We are 1 in 6. 1 in 6 people. I'm not finished, Anthony. You have talked and talked. 1 in 6 people are considered to be food insecure. That is a travesty in our country. And when you start thinking that, oh, well, if these people need food assistance and they're not working hard enough, or no, it's because the shareholders have literally got the Americans by the short hairs, and they've made people who've never known anything else think that this is the way it should be. And oh, by the way, as far as European healthcare, obviously you haven't been out of the country or never used European healthcare, but it's considered to be one of the best in the world. Look it up.
But it can
thank
be
you,
one
Dina.
of the best, but it isn't.
It's all.
Go ahead, Redneck. If you
The
want to
healthcare
rebuttal,
in
go ahead.
The healthcare in European countries, I never said was bad, but this thought that America's healthcare is terrible is beyond.
Oh shit! Thank you, APAC.
It's unimaginable because that's far from the truth. The healthcare cost, yes, can be insane, but the healthcare itself is fantastic.
And the healthcare cost is roughly double GDP what it is in Australia, for example. So you're paying twice as much as you should. That's the point.
Yeah, and part of it is like I don't. Well, anyways, we'll talk about that in a bit. But the healthcare cost, agree with. I've lost my train of thought. What was the other? The not caring about people. That isn't true. But I don't believe that we can take care of everyone perfectly. Like, I don't live in that fairy tale world.
I don't think
where
that
we
people,
can only do what we
I
can
don't think
do.
people want a handout. I think they want a hand up.
Well,
it's
let
not
me-
taking
let me-
care of people.
okay.
It's making sure that they can
okay.
provide it for themselves.
Okay.
That's
Homeless
the
people,
argument.
Okay, hold on real quick. Hold on real quick, guys. Hold on real quick. Okay, I'm about to open it up, and Redneck, I'll let you start us off since a person with
Dana should get a
not
rebuttal,
as right wing, I guess. What's that?
Dina should get a rebuttal.
Dina should get a rebuttal for
What Redneck said.
Exactly.
Well,
I
if
was
we do
hoping
that,
I
then
would.
we'll just get rebuttals time and time because that was Redneck's rebuttal to what Dina said.
Okay.
Right, I see.
Do you see what I'm saying? Then that would mean we'd be going back and forth. Anyway, real quick.
I just thought there was a.
No. He was rebutting what she said, and when he went, somebody rebutted what he said. Is that
fair enough?
Okay? I mean, if we don't like that system, you guys can complain about it. Yeah, so real quick, guys, we got 60 people in here. We're almost at 50,000. 8,000 left, guys. Let's keep tapping. Tap the fuck out of that screen. And guys, thank you so much for the gifts. You guys have been awesome. And make sure you're taking care of the panelists as well. They're up here doing the hard work, debating, what have you. So make sure that you're gifting them also, especially if you agree with them, what have you. I'm going to open up the panel for discussion. Now, Redneck, I see you teacup, but I was going to go to you to have you start the open discussion off. There you go. Okay. So,
Tim, I'm only interrupting because I got to drop after Redneck, but maybe, Drew or someone else can take my spot after.
Okay,
Redneck
sure.
if I could speak. Okay.
Yeah. So, Redneck, go ahead and take it away. Again, you guys are welcome to jump in. This isn't going to be as formalized, so just, have the discussion as you will. Go ahead, Redneck.
So I guess what I was going back, like, I care about people. I care about the well-being of people, but I can't control how those individuals operate on a daily basis and how they operate their life. If they are unwilling to improve themselves, then I have no interest in helping improve them. Like, it starts with an individual and it goes from there. I've been down to $2 in my bank account before, and not once did I, ask for anything or go. I had to figure it out. And now I know that isn't always the case, but there is a lot of people that exist in this world that do not want to improve themselves. They do just want hands out. They want the easy way out, because the easy way out is easy. There isn't a hard aspect to that. So, yes, I want to take care of people, but they have to be willing to take care of themselves.
I agree.
I agree. Apex, since you have to leave, did you want to respond to that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I would say this. The other day I was at the pharmacy and there was a woman and a baby, must have been a few months old, and I kind of overheard, it's like, oh, it's going to come out to $600, and I was curious. It's like, well, she said, well, if the insurance is not going to cover it, or the insurance only covers half, you still need to pay $600, and she walked away. And she said that, the prescription was, the medicine was for the baby. And that hit me pretty hard because, look, I do identify as conservative, and I do understand the fiscal argument. I do understand, I'm usually, more favorable towards like lower taxes and stuff. But I think the heart of the argument is this. The heart of the argument is that we used to live in a time where the rich were not as rich as they are, and the poor were not as poor as they are. And I think what people, especially people who identify as Democrats or liberals, and again, don't want to mislabel, so correct me if I'm mistaken, they just want a correction. I don't think they're saying, hey, I want a permanent, tax hike across. They want a correction. They want there to be more balance. They want there to be, a system where you say, hey, can we get to a point where the poor are not as poor? Can we get to the point where we upskill, these people, as much as possible, where, we can support them as much as possible, because they just need a chance.
That's right.
And I'll close with this. Education systems, right there. What are they funded by? Property taxes. So now you have education, because I think it really starts at the schools too. You have a lot of schools that don't mandate financial literacy. So there's going to be people who never, be stockholders or shareholders. And it's not that they just don't have the know-it-all, or they don't have the will, but they just don't know. There's a monopoly on certain areas of some information. The most affluent neighborhoods get the best education. So that's why there are always going to be people that are going to be more disenfranchised and more shackled than others, for lack of a better word. So that's why, I believe in increasing support for these programs. And I think that's in the heart of the matter, right? It's not that we're trying to do left versus right, Republican versus Democrat. We're just saying, hey, look, there's people at the top that they don't really care if a D or R in front of their names. They're just capitalizing and making money off of dividing people against each other. And I think we should just be united on just basic moral tenets.
I want to interject here for a second. if we are arguing,
Drew's coming in
sorry.
hot.
Yeah, because I got a bunch to say here about a
He's
bunch
been
of
down
this.
in the comments just waiting and fuming. These motherfuckers.
Oh, should I?
Okay, first of all, it's not a left or right thing. That's first of all. It's a top versus bottom thing. And if you're so upset about a minimum wage, what about a maximum wage? Because I'll tell you something,
Yes.
I think it's offensive that any one individual can make well over 200 times their employees. There was a company, I can't remember what company it was. I could probably Google it, but I remember hearing the story about a company where the CEO decided that he would pay everyone in the company a six-figure salary. Mind you, that company, they thought he was crazy. They thought he was
it's in
crazy.
Seattle.
Yeah, the guy ended up doubling the company's income because the employees didn't have to worry about, where their money was coming from. They could afford to deal with the things that came up. They were happy to come to work because, hey, they were getting paid what they deserved. And at the end of the day, no CEO should be making more than 3 to 4 times as much as their lowest paid employee, in my opinion. I think it's offensive that anybody makes more than $1 million. Yes, because I don't think anybody should make more than $1 million a year. And if they can't, they should learn how to live within their means and pick themselves up by their own bootstraps like they expect the rest of us to do.
That's
How the
funny.
fuck do you think they got that position in the first place?
Over is
by strangling the person below them.
It's too low.
You guys are so disingenuous.
Well, think about it. Well, guys, think about it this way. Hold on. Think about it this way, guys, and I'll pause the timer so I can have something to say. We went for, from the 30s all the way basically until the 80s, where we put the top marginal tax rate at like 90% and up. So the companies just didn't pay the CEOs that crazy amount. They didn't pay any of their board members that, or their CTO, CFO, whatever. They just didn't, because who the fuck would pay that? And 90% of it goes to taxes. What that did was force the company to keep the money for itself. And what they would do with that is, dribble it across the wages of workers, or they would do more research, or they would expand. And this caused huge growth in these industries. That's why we had the biggest, boom of large corporations as a result of that. And now they're just trying to get what they can as quick as they can, right? So,
isn't it two different arguments though, right? Because the top marginal tax rate and income can kind of be it's two arguments of that end, like they're together but different, right? Well, if I own a company and I don't care about the tax rate,
wage, I don't understand why we can't argue a maximum wage.
What do you mean?
Because
what do you mean, Redneck?
It's we can argue that corporations should be taxed, say, higher, but the CEO's pay is irrelevant in that.
No,
because hold on, let me finish to if I own the company and I want to pay my CEO $90 million and with an 80% tax rate, I can still pay that.
You could, but it's pointless.
But it's kind of two different arguments. But 3 or 4 times the max lowest paid is insanely low.
Well, that's
Because
probably
I don't think so.
I'd be okay with 30 to 50 times, whatever the case is.
Yeah, because the amount of stuff that I deal with on a daily or weekly is beyond what my lowest is. He carries. He doesn't even worry about any of that. So, and I actually only pay myself probably 1,000 more than my lowest guy. So, it's.
Well, why do you only do that? Why is it that you do that?
Why? Because I reinvest my company's money back into the company for other things to also improve my life, but the company's life and the employees' life. But a lot of companies do that. It just is at a massive scale or scaled down. There's also a lot of companies that don't do that. I've worked for many that don't do that. You need a new set of
tax
tires.
write-offs too.
There's no individual that can spend $90 million in a lifetime.
If you gave me $90 million, I could spend that.
I'll spend the fuck out of it. Okay. I'd spend
that
shit.
I'm trying to say.
Give me like 3 months. It'll be gone. Okay.
No matter what dollar figure, $1 trillion, we could figure out a way to spend it. So
maybe
I
you
don't
should
like
live within
that
your
argument.
means and pick
Everybody in my state. Where did this $100,000 check come from? Oh, that's that fucking douchebag.
One of $1 trillion was my livable wage and living within my means, right? Like that. It's that argument I don't like. I think that's
then why do we have to get it when we're talking about feeding the poor and giving them a living wage? I mean, I guess my whole problem with it is that at the end of the day, you don't give these people benefits and they can't find a job. What happens to them? Either they starve or they do what it takes to get what they need, and that usually ends up as crime.
Ain't nobody starving in this country.
Yeah, no one starves in the U.S.
Oh shit! Thank you, APAC. That's cool. That's awesome.
No one
APAC.
starves unless it's purposeful.
Wow.
Bullshit.
I've never once turned the news on and they're like,
WAPAC
starves to death.
WAPAC. Holy shit.
The only way someone starves is if it's like a child of a drug-addicted family and they lock them in a closet.
Oh my God.
You act like Dollar Tree doesn't exist. You can get a pack of fucking noodles for nothing. You know?
Well, not only that, we don't even have to talk about stuff
so
food pantries in general.
Malnutrition is a problem. Now, people may not be starving to unaliving in this country, but there are a lot of people who are malnourished, and malnourishment causes mental, incapacities. It causes developmental disorders, especially in children. And this doesn't benefit society in any way, because then they'll grow up and they can't do to their full potential because they were malnourished as children, and then y'all be like, well, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You just got to work hard. You know what I mean?
I can agree with malnutrition and that is one reason I support that SNAP benefits can't buy junk food, because what does that? And I grew up on SNAP benefits. By the way, like my entire life,
I'm going to get a lot of flack, but I'm okay with it too.
Even growing up, in my mind, I was like, why are we buying soda instead of ground beef?
My mother was a nurse, and we had food stamps. So don't sit here and tell me that it's something that just poor people use. At the end of the day, look, there are certain things in life that we should be able to guarantee.
Well, you would have been poor if you had food stamps.
Everybody in our society that we live in, because we are living in a society, we are trying to help everyone, not just the ones that are the privileged. We are trying to make sure everyone has their basic needs. So in reality, we should be feeding everybody. We should be watering everyone. We should be
watering them. He said we're going to water. We got to water all the people. I'm sorry. It's just the way you said that. It's funny.
Not only that, but we also should be making sure that their ability to survive is not dependent on their ability to pay for medical care. At the end of the day, we live in a society where we should be able to provide basic needs.
Right, Bunny. Now, real quick, it's been two people for quite some time. You guys are welcome to jump in. No. You guys are welcome to jump in if there's something that you want to rebut or respond to. Please do. That's what the open discussion is for. So, John, Chip, Dina, Trouble, Anthony, nobody?
I do. I want to jump in. Number one, I don't think maybe you heard me when I said that 1 in 6 people in Texas are food insecure. Okay. And also the lines at the food banks are long and extensive. You know, the best financial advice I was given at one time was don't live within your means, live within your needs. Right now, people's needs are not being met. And as far as healthcare, that was part of the conversation as well. I want you to know, you're living in a country where healthcare is a privilege and not a right. DRU,
right.
It was APAC that said it. I was in a pharmacy, and there were one in front of me.
The robots have taken over.
That our copay was
Skynet has been activated.
Sorry,
copay was
Diddy,
like-
you were breaking up real bad. You turned into a robot. Skynet had taken
Sorry.
over. Go ahead. No, repeat that.
Anyway, she was at a pharmacy and her copay was like $70. She didn't have it. She was obviously poor. I went to a retinologist one time and I'll never forget this. There was a young man, maybe late 30s, needed a surgery on his eyes. Okay, otherwise he was going to go blind. I heard the conversation. I was overhearing it. He had to pay $2,000 up front before they would do anything for him. He didn't have it. I almost gave it to him. I'm not kidding. All right? This young man, late 30s, going to go blind the rest of his life. This is the health care in our country.
Yeah.
And to say that people aren't hungry in this country, are you kidding me? I mean, you go to the store, you can't leave without spending $50. And that's not on junk food either. So I don't know what dream world you guys are living in, but this is not the country that I was brought up to believe in. This has become something much darker and much more dystopian.
But so poor.
Oh, I heard somebody say something and then they cut out.
But poor people existed when you grew up. Rich people existed.
Well, hang on.
Sure.
Look, I wanted to make a point because Redneck said something earlier about he doesn't mind supporting programs that help people, and but people want handouts. Well, I want to make the point here in Australia that anyone under $85,000, earning under $85,000, if you're a mother or a parent, a father who's a single father, they get 90% off their off their childcare. So we've given childcare to all of our single mothers and all of our mothers and fathers who have kids. Now, the employment rate of single mothers went from 19% before that program to now 39%, and mothers' employment rate went from 30 to 63%. And of course, the money they all pay in taxes well exceeds the childcare that the government pays to make that possible. You see, so there's an example where you actually have government intervening in the market to provide 90% free childcare for everyone earning under 85 grand, which is almost everyone. And then, of course, those people now are actually able to work and they make a positive contribution. So the government and the country are better off for those social programs. And, of course, so are single mothers and so are mothers and families generally.
Yeah.
So you broke up, and it might have been my end. I think you said I was against programs, which I'm not against.
No, he said that he heard that you were for them, and then he gave an example of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe I have no issue with social programs.
Thank you, Dina.
In fact, I think they need to be completely revamped, because one of the biggest issues I have is, like, let's say you're on food stamp, SNAP, whatever you want to call them, and all of a sudden you get a promotion at work, you report that to the government rips your food stamps from you. Well, just because you got that promotion doesn't mean that all of a sudden you're making more money, unless it's substantial. It doesn't mean that your woes have subsided. So would it kill you guys to know that we don't even give food stamps to our employed people here? We give them money. We actually give them money. Well, we did that too.
They don't get food stamps.
Interesting. So
we did that too, and then
that's interesting.
People just bought liquor and cigarettes with them. So,
well, our view is
they're living within their means for a good quality of life. Why do you have to give them crap for that?
Because their kids starving because they want cigarettes or Red
I thought
Bull.
no one's starving in America.
Maybe you should give them
No. We said no one willingly dies of starvation unless it's a absent parent not feeding their child.
Do you have any idea of the millions of just elderly people alone that literally live off of a check, like their disability check or their social security check?
Think
and
about
they
what mine's
spend
gonna
the
be like.
they spend the entirety of their check on their rent, right? These people wait in food drives for hours upon hours upon hours in their car with no AC on because they can't afford to leave the AC on. You are very privileged. You have no idea what you're talking about. You need to learn what the term redneck even means and where it comes from. Okay, because these were people that were fighting, right? These were unionists that were fighting against their employers to have better wages and to have better working conditions. So you literally go exactly against what you think you are. It's so, you guys are such hypocrites. It's crazy.
I'm not a hypocrite. Okay. I've done it.
Well, you're not a redneck.
not a redneck.
I'm not a
Not a
hypocrite.
true one, anyway.
Well, you are, because you're calling yourself a redneck and you're not.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a hypocrite.
they were union, you know.
Yeah, you fought for what you believe, so I don't care. Like, you can fight for what you believe.
Were they fighting
which
for
is
a
like
redneck?
You're a redneck and you're not a redneck.
we
That's a
went
hypocrite.
from coal miners to now toilet paper rolls. The people are fighting back.
I'm supposed to, but I am not going to, like I said in a previous comment, you have to, it starts with you as an individual to create success for yourself. If you disagree with that, then you are never going to succeed in anything that you do. Anything
Okay,
that you touch.
so those who aren't succeeding, it's okay for us to let them starve.
Dude, who the fuck is starving? Who?
No, hang on. No,
Many
there are
people.
You'd
There
have to
are a
leave
lot
the
of
main
people.
to find that out.
Name
well,
one time
redneck.
though that you have turned
Redneck.
name one time you've turned the news
Redneck.
on and it says family of 4 died of starvation.
Do you think the news
redneck.
is everything?
Let me ask you this. You said that you have to rely on yourself in order to make it, right?
It starts with you as an individual. Yeah,
Yeah.
everything that you do is an individual choice. Yes.
And you can't like rely on in any way whatsoever other people.
No, you do.
It's your responsibility.
You do rely on other people to also become successful, but it starts with you to start that process to become successful. That's why I said I am not against
So
social
if you
programs.
need other people in order to pull yourself up, then don't you owe those other people something?
I pay them every week. A pretty good wage every week.
People that you don't actually pay. For example, there's not a corporation that needs to go from one point to another that isn't using a road that was funded by taxpayers, right? They aren't running their own roads. In fact, the hospitals, for example, that they rely on in order to the electricity grids, the internet is something that people paid for. Right. All of these things that society brings them that allows them to do what they do, they actually have a duty once they make it to put back into the very thing that allowed them to get there in the first place. And that's what we're talking about.
Which most corporations, most individuals in the United States give back money.
No,
and
they
lots
don't.
of money within
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
You don't know what you're
Okay.
talking about.
The United States people, its citizens are one of the most generous. It's like top. It might have changed recently, but it's like top
The
3,
people,
top 4.
not the billionaires.
The government is right behind, if not number 1. The government even.
I'll just jump in here for 1 second. After all these arguments, I just want to know. I mean, if you, sorry, redneck. I mean,
no, you're fine.
If I was to drive, I don't know, name a city, New York, LA, Chicago. I see all these homeless people. The majority of people probably don't have money, and they're probably in debt. Maybe 10% have what they call positive net worth, where their house is worth more than what they owe. They might whatever. They have a little bit of money.
You don't think they're displaced, like illegal immigrants?
The point I'm trying to make is that you can see poverty increasing, and we're talking about whether the government should take care of that or not, and what the problem is. And it seems like nobody gives a shit about the poor because fuck them, right? And we're going to just
because they have nothing of value to give. That's
Do you think that you could cure homelessness?
Yes.
Yep.
We know
cannot.
that we can. We know that we can.
Absolutely can't. Stop spending money on
We
poor.
absolutely know that we
Watch how
can because
fast
it's
you can
been proven that we have. I'm going to tell you after
you might
the
be
19...
able to. You might be
Where
able to
has it
change
been? Where has it been proven?
Data
If you want to get rid of it,
Finland,
you're already defeated.
The New Deal after 1930s.
That's what they convinced
After the
you.
1930s.
Now everybody wants to talk. Here, I'll set the timer now that everybody's
I've been waiting for a
excited.
break, but everybody just,
It didn't end homelessness, though.
Let's see. 10 minutes. Okay, go ahead,
Made a
guys, and
big
then we're going
difference.
to individual timers. Go ahead.
Finland solved the
And now
problem.
nobody wants to talk. What?
But
Okay.
Greenland isn't.
All right, fuck
Greenland,
it.
Greenland isn't the
Here we
United
go.
States
Anthony,
of America, right?
I'm going
so
top.
if you
top hold on. I'm going to start with Anthony. So I gave y'all an opportunity and you didn't want it, so we're going to just do individual timers. Anthony, go ahead.
Yeah, you ain't gonna cure homelessness. I have an uncle. He's been homeless. And it's not. It's all self-induced. He's done drugs his entire life. He likes the idea of living free, living on the land. Whatever goes through his fried frickin' brain, you can't help him. I've given him jobs. I've given him money. I've given him food. I've bought him clothes. I've bought him phones. I've bought him everything. I've done everything I can. I paid rent for a fucking house. I got him hotel rooms. There is nothing you can do because he would still prefer to live on the street. He doesn't want responsibility, and the same goes for a lot of these other people that are homeless. They're in the same boat mentally as him. They do not want the responsibility of living within society. They want to live free. They want to live on the land. They want to do things on their own fucking terms. They don't want to feel like they owe anybody. They don't want to do any of that. So you're not going to stop homelessness. Now, a large portion of the people that maybe have been displaced, let's say by hurricanes or the natural disasters or whatever the immigration process ended up happening because they allowed them in droves and bust them into an area that couldn't fucking house them. Yeah, you can probably fix some of that, but then, how are you going to keep them to self-maintain, to be self-sufficient? So now with the influx of homelessness, there's not enough jobs to keep them employed so they can keep paying their bills.
Okay, I'd like to rebut this. Actually, I'm gonna give myself a timer. So, to what Anthony just said, just because we can't completely eradicate 100% of homelessness, and I would say that I agree with that, doesn't mean that you shouldn't try. Right? We are the wealthiest nation on earth, and we should certainly try. It's just like rugs. You're never going to get rid of them. Ever.
I never said don't try.
That's what we're talking about. And yet when we talk about this, you're not going to get rid of it. What's the point of saying that if you do want to try?
Because Drew said you can cure homelessness 100%.
Yeah. Okay. So to play semantics with that, right? But we want to try to do it. You can agree with that?
I can agree.
You think the government should step in and do what it can to help alleviate homelessness?
To a point.
Feds, no.
So, for instance, there's a large number of homeless people that have mental health issues, right? That's probably one of the top two, if not number one, the reason why they're homeless.
I need to say
I
something,
think
please.
Most people could probably agree to that. The creation of a lot of homeless people now is because the United States, whether it was on a state level or federal level, federal funding to the state, however it happened, we quit putting money into mental institutions. Mental institutions need to exist because there are certain people in society that cannot live in the general public. And that's the sad and the cold truth. And when those individuals are now let into the general public, they have mental health issues, drugs, alcohol, violence, all those. And then that's the recipe for the homelessness. So, yeah, I want to get as many people off the street as possible, but I can't help individuals that don't want to help themselves either. Unless it's the severe mental
He's still got time left.
You're talking about. I'm not.
Well, hold on. Redneck still has time, guys.
So but I don't live in a fairy tale world where like I can cure the homelessness, I can cure the starvation of the world. Like, to me, when you put that on your shoulders, you're never going to achieve what you really are wanting to. Like, and I think that is because you're going after a task that isn't achievable. So.
Okay. Drew basically called dibs on the rebuttal. So, Redneck, were you good?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
Good.
All right. Yeah, Drew, go ahead. 45 seconds.
Okay. First of all, yes. When Reagan came into office, he closed a lot of the insane asylums, and a lot of these people ended up on the street. So you have a large portion of the homeless population that probably should be in institutions. That's number one. Number two, a lot of the housing that we do have is being bought up by Wall Street as investments in order to make money, and as raising housing prices, and has priced a lot of people out of the market. And also, let me just say this. I don't give a shit if you can't get yourself up by your own bootstraps because you're a drug addict. I don't want to see you starve to death or die because of it.
Thank you, Shiny.
And I'll feed you. And, at the end of the day, life is one of those things we need to take care of.
Okay. Carson, you'll be next. Thank you, Drew. Yeah, Carson, go ahead, please.
I'll just go real quick. But I mean, I think it's ridiculous. To me, I'm just thinking like of another example. If we were to talk about like ending child starvation, and then someone would say, "Oh no, let's not even try. Let's not even put, however billions that we could towards that instead of like into, I don't know, the military industrial complex." So just completely throwing the baby out with the bathwater and saying just because we can't eradicate it 100% doesn't mean that we should do everything that we know would help it significantly. I just think it's ridiculous.
Do you think women should be pro-choice?
Carson, you still have 45 seconds?
Yeah, fuck off.
And I also want to say, I think it's ridiculous that I never hear them calling for the government to spend less money when it comes to, again, like the military industrial complex or any of these things. But they're always, calling for it when it comes to any type of welfare, food stamps, any of that, which helps poor women and children. And this is supposed to be the party that cares about children and also the veterans that are on the streets. I mean, I heard a quote one time and it said, I would consider joining the army if homelessness wasn't a requirement afterwards. So I feel like the people on the right should care more about that.
Yeah, that's a tragedy. Now, Anthony or Redneck, which of you would like to rebut?
She likes to make like all these empathetic arguments with a lot of hypotheticals. It's all bullshit. She's probably pro-choice, so she's over here talking about children's lives. Well, she also is an advocate for unregulated ABs. So you can't sit here and talk about children's lives whenever you advocate for unregulated ABs. So with that being said, anyways, now you're talking about
neither can you when you let him starve.
ABs have never been unregulated.
You're talking about. So someone else talked about the. Wall Street buying up all the properties. Well, guess what? Daddy Trump just fucking stopped that shit. Corporations can't buy up fucking property no more. So you should at least agree with that, but I bet you don't. So, I mean...
Oh, I do. Okay. But it doesn't mean it's going to change anytime soon.
We're going to get to Trouble. Trouble, go ahead. 90 seconds.
I mean, at the end of the day, you got to kind of look at where the money's going, right? And where's it going? We all see where it's going. We all see it's going to wars. We all see it's going towards the pharmacy. What do you call that? The pharmaceutical, I guess, giants. It's all going to certain people, and it's a small amount of people that it's going to. The government spending is not being distributed to any of the shit that we want it to go to, but yet they're still spending. If I gave any of you guys $3.8 trillion to spend on the United States as income, I'm sure you could do a hell of a lot better than what these guys are fucking doing. And at the same time, you could distribute that money and still have your oligarchies making money. That's the funny part. This earth is full of goodness and it's full of abundance of it, but we don't see it.
Bottom up stimulus.
Drew, hold on. It's his timer.
Works.
Go ahead, Trouble.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, we're really not looking at the root cause of what's happening here. We're looking at, blaming the poor for being poor and blaming these guys for being unemployed and blaming, okay, well, if you're the president and you had all this debt you had to pay for at $39 trillion plus these problems, how would you spend the money? That is my question.
If you're gonna project Bernie Marxist communist points, you got to at least do the Bernie fucking gargle whenever you say all that shit.
Bernie is not communist.
Drew, it's not your timer. Go ahead, Anthony. Finish your point.
Oh, it's my timer. I just wanted to talk shit a little bit. You can push it on to someone else.
Okay, Drew, it's your turn now. Go.
Look, Bernie's not communist, first of all. Second of all, we should be taking care of each other because that's the point of a society. And the fact of the matter is we spend more money on military than the next 5 nations combined. And if we are going to set our priorities properly, we should be caring and make America first. We should be caring about even those drug addicts and those people who can't pull themselves up by their own bootstraps, because the result is going to be, like people in the ER that are going to be not being able to pay their bills. And then our insurance goes up. And then, it's all this, it doesn't make sense to me. You give poor people money, they pay into society and stimulate society. You give money to the rich, what do? They sit on it. They buy their stocks back, or they put their money in the Caymans, and we never see it. The reality is bottom-up stimulus works, top-down does not. And since Reagan, you can look at the statistics, and I can tell you right now, it proves beyond a shadow of a doubt, because after the 20s or the 30s, we did exactly what I'm talking about. Is we took care of the poor people, we took care of the middle class, and we took the money from the rich, and we had the biggest boom in our society ever. And you're going to sit here and tell me I'm crazy and it's socialist and it's communist that we work together.
Okay.
That's ludicrous.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I think.
Well,
I think we should,
Anthony, you responded last time. Redneck, did you want to go, or do you want to let Anthony? Redneck. All right, Anthony, go ahead.
All right, I think yes. Now, we do have a homeless problem. Yes, we should fix homelessness. But now the entire argument has mutated from, let's take it from CEOs. Let's take it from that. So at least we got to go back to the origination of this entire topic. All right, you can't go taking someone else's money and then give it to the people that need it. All right, now if we're going to do anything, let's incentivize it. Let's offer, which already kind of is within the tax code. Let's offer these people that do have tons of money to give money to something and then have a huge tax break, which is, they give to donations and to nonprofits. And then those nonprofits then will take that money and then help the homeless. There's a lot of programs out there. So if we incentivize it a little more and allow it to be a voluntary thing with incentives, then yes, I feel like that would be a better program.
For example, if a company if the CEO or the board makes over a certain amount ratio, punish them, increase their taxes. You'd be good with that?
No, I don't agree with more taxes.
But it would be voluntary. You could still not pay your employees less, but you would be taxed if you did so. That's voluntary, wouldn't you say?
It's not free capitalism at that point.
It's not free capitalism right now? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you can go out and make whatever you want. You can work as hard as you want, make as much
capitalism right now. It's never been pure
you being
capitalism.
on here and making money doing what you do is capitalism. It's you're able to do whatever. What do you mean it's capitalism?
And it's regulated, isn't it? You got to abide by the system,
and
you're
all
okay
for
with that.
decreasing taxes.
You're okay with that.
No, I
in
don't
any
want
other instance, except for when it apparently helps somebody else, because if you aren't doing it yourself, then you shouldn't be allowed to do it. It's weird.
I just said incentivize a tax break by allowing the people that have millions upon billions
they
of dollars
already have tax breaks.
Give them more.
Yeah, or you
Allow
can
them
say
to give
you'll get a
$50
tax
million
break.
to a homeless program.
Okay, so Anthony, you increase the taxes, and then you give them a tax break if they pay their employees a closer wage to what the CEO makes. Would you be in favor of that?
It's not voluntary at that point.
It is.
It's not voluntary at that point.
Sure
no,
it
because
is.
you're increasing taxes, which is
Sure
a penalty.
It's not a penalty, because all they have to do to get the tax deduction is to pay their employees more.
That's like Obama's program of get insurance.
It's an
or
incentive.
Pay a fine.
You just said give them an incentive, and I just gave you a structure of an incentive, and you're like, no,
because you're incentivizing a penalty program.
No. You can go back to the tax rate that it existed during the biggest middle class that we've ever seen in this nation, that tax rate, you can go back to that and then give an incentive to them to pay their employees more. Yeah, because the tax rate they have now
taxes and then
is
call it
already
incentive.
the tax
'Cause
rate they
you
have
just taxed on
now.
it.
The tax
You just
rate
taxed
they
on a
have
penalty.
now is far less than it was in the 1980s. And you're like, give them more incentive. We've been incentivizing them since the 80s, and they haven't done what you're saying that they'll do.
There's tons of nonprofits out there. Yes.
They aren't doing what you said that they will do if you give them this incentive. They've been incentivized through these tax breaks, and they aren't doing it. So they themselves proved your thing wrong. They don't work
because
that way.
There's plenty of very wealthy people that give to
He
nonprofits.
wants it to be a loophole.
Right. Yeah. Now, Chip, I see your
So they
teacup,
get out of
but you
taxes.
are next, Chip. Yeah, Chip, go ahead, man.
Well, I keep pointing back to the European models, and again, you can argue whether you think the European lifestyle is better or worse. And like the Patrick Bet-Davids of the world argue that the primary benefit of America is this vast opportunity to make unlimited wealth, and that's a way of looking at the world. The question is, where do you place your values? What's more important? Is your individual path to accumulate and basically hoard, is that more important than looking out for your fellow human being? And for many, unfortunately, and our system incentivizes the former and not the latter. I think that we as humans, though, evolve differently. If you think about our evolution before agriculture and before hierarchy and, of course, before fossil fuel industrialization, we didn't have the luxury of allowing people to hoard stuff. In fact, it was very, very shunned. It was if you hoarded or tried to hoard in a society, you were expelled or unalived, because the group couldn't survive without people working together and cooperating. Call it what you want. That was the ultimate form of socialism, I guess, in terms of, from each according to their ability to each according to their needs. Now, somehow, philosophically, we've migrated from that necessity to now the choice to have commerce in a way that divides people based on hierarchy and accumulation and surplus. And that's the biggest change in values that I think is core. Plus not looking at the natural world as part of our living existence and using it simply as a means to input to make profit. I think those two mindsets are the sickness, and that's what needs to change for humans to get out of our predicament.
Great point, Chip. Now, Redneck, did you want to rebut? 45 seconds to you.
It's kind of not a rebuttal. It's more of a question, maybe.
Okay.
To Chip. So, I actually tend to agree with a lot of his points and stuff as we're together in these panels. But back in the day, like we know, if we're going to go way back to how you were talking, a lot of that was just about survival. Humans today in developed countries, I'll just say that, we tend to not have to survive anymore. We kind of live, if that makes sense. So I think that's where then you obviously hoarding and greed become worse, because you do eliminate that. Like, we'll just go take that guy out because he's hoarding all the
Right.
beaver pellet
Right.
to keep us warm this
Right.
winter,
Yeah.
So I think the problem in a lot of these arguments is people want to go to the extreme and they don't want to actually look and come together as two individuals and figure that out. It's like these extreme methods. Like, what is the most money someone should make? The guy is the guy from Australia still here? He left.
Yeah, no, he kept interrupting. I had to drop him.
Okay, because I was going to ask him, like, what was the rich, like, who's the richest person in Australia? I honestly have no idea. But this,
Rupert
when people are
Murdoch?
talking about this, they keep kind of. It almost sounds as if they.
I'll look it up. Well,
don't
anyway,
think rich people
Redneck,
exist.
Redneck. The 45 seconds is for rebuttals, meaning if you disagree with somebody and you want to chime in.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even know. I ain't even looking at the screen.
I mean, let me. Well, I'll give it back to you, Chip, and then I'm going to move on to Blue, who's new on the panel.
I'll be quick. In terms of maximum income, I'm not as worried about that as I am minimum needs for everybody. So I would say this: if you're somebody who wants to make a lot of money, go for it. But society should have rules in place, in my view, that make sure that everyone's at least basic needs especially if it's somebody who's less capable as you. You should be glad that somebody's less capable or less ambitious than you, because that unique quality allows you to navigate the system better to your own personal benefit. But you shouldn't feel badly about helping others out, because you got to put yourself, in my view, in the shoes of the other. And imagine the struggle and suffering that someone would go through if they're crowded out of a system where only the go-getters get, and everybody said that would never fly in a small group. The accountability would hold you accountable. You wouldn't be allowed to do that. You'd be excoriated, you'd be outcast, you'd be exiled, you'd be killed. So in this case, though, we're allowed to get away with this crap because of divisions in society. So listen, all major religions teach these principles for a reason. It's to look out for the other, do unto others as you want them to do unto you. And somehow we just let goes out the window when it comes to business and the economy.
Right.
But that's your biased assumption that people don't help people.
Well, real quick, the question was asked. This is the richest person in Australia, Gina Reinhart, $25.6 billion net worth. That is an insane number, and that's not even the biggest number in the world. So, imagine you being like, I've got $25 billion, and somebody else is having a hard time feeding their children. I can't fathom that mentality of, I'm going to get all the pie and you guys get the fucking scraps. Now, it's a little better in Australia, obviously, but we have people who have about that amount of wealth here and then more. It's just crazy. But Anthony, I got to move along. Oh, Redneck dropped. Blue, go ahead, man. And welcome aboard.
Thank you. Raise your hand if you've ever been homeless. Anybody in this panel knows exactly what it's about, because I'm going to explain it to you very closely. So when I had a job, I got laid off, and I was trying my best to do whatever I can to keep afloat with bills, but I couldn't, so I lost everything. And I had no choice. I had to decide between living on the streets or living in a shelter. So I'd try everything I can to figure out if I could just do it in the shelter. It took me a year to recover from everything, because the economy and the way it is, the jobs, they're harder to find than you think there is. And I've talked to people in the shelter before who have gone through struggles. For anybody who understands what it's like to live in the living poor or even under, I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of veterans, a lot of people who have families, people with mental health issues, they can't afford the medicine, they can't afford anything that helps them get better in life, because a lot of it has to do with trying to keep up with the economy and trying to work and better themselves. So I'm going to say it like this. Unless you've actually been in their shoes, you will never understand. This same thing goes for MAGA. If you really know what it's like, then you should say something rather than just judging. And I land my plane.
Yeah, thanks, Blue. Appreciate that.
Everybody has gone through financial.
Well, real quick, I've got to
gone through struggle.
real quick. I got to address something in the comments. Joanna said, "Can't believe John was dropped, but Anthony was allowed to speak to the women on the panel like that." What did Anthony say to the women on the panel? Does anybody know? Because I didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear anything bad.
And not just that, but John knows that he's not. The fucking rules are right here. Do not interrupt. And I had to tell him multiple times, and that's why he got dropped. He's welcome to come back. He was frustrated. I get it. He's welcome to come back. And if you have a problem with that, that's fine. Anyway, we're going to open it up to open discussion. But yeah, I didn't hear Anthony say anything crazy to the women. I don't know what that's about.
I actually did hear him say that once, but he said it quietly.
What did he say?
What did I say?
He said to one of the women to calm down.
No, that was the other guy.
Somebody did. Yeah, somebody said something to Carson to calm down. Look,
but anyways, even if I did, that's not bad. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
well,
I'm not.
That's probably what it is.
Justin said that was redneck, I guess.
Yeah, it might have been.
Yeah, why are you so aggressive? Yeah, not the best thing to say to to somebody. Anyway, guys, I'm going to open it up for open discussion. And, now that we've got that out of the way, I didn't hear anything, so I don't know what you're talking about. But we have 68 people in here. We're almost to 100K. You guys in the comments have been fucking awesome. Wow, we're just barely over 2 hours. This may be one of the fastest rising likes on the panel that I've seen in a long time. So thank you all so much.
We're special.
We're all special. I'm looking for 50 boxing gloves. If you want to support the live, please send them my way. Also, I have a Crash App and a Venmo, $LibLoudmouth and @LibLoudmouth respectively. If you want to support the live that way, please do it. If you have issue with something I do here, you are welcome to put it in the chat, and I will address it to the best of my ability. I try my best, but I'm not a perfect person. I don't catch everything, and if you're offended, you know what? I can't help you. Really,
you're special.
That's probably why. Anyway, 15 minutes, guys. Open discussion. Don't go too damn crazy. Oh, Carson, I was hoping that you would say more. I really appreciated what you were saying earlier. Go ahead, guys.
Can I talk about mental health in this nation?
Sure.
Okay. So people who are born with disabilities, mental disabilities, physical disabilities, I'm going to put it in the spot right here. You know how Trump always claims that he's going to help the economy and make everything better, but he doesn't understand anything about what people are dealing with on a daily basis. We try to find a job and try to be able to afford a family, feed your family, and take care of things. You really can't when you can't afford it. A lot of companies don't let certain people work full time because they can't do certain things like they want to. And I don't like it when a lot of people claim that welfare and all these programs are bad for them when they should be helpful. Without them, these people wouldn't make it where they are now.
Can I say something in response to that? I think one of the things that I've noticed in this country is that, the Christians use this judgment of others in order to absolve themselves of their responsibility to their fellow man. Because if they're messed up and not taking care of themselves, then they don't need to do anything to help them. Because they're just not doing the things that they need to do to better themselves. And at the end of the day, we do have a responsibility to our fellow man. We do. Exactly. And to say that we don't is, look, if somebody can't pick themselves up by their bootstraps, they're a drug addict, or they have some issue about being able to walk, or, they can't see, they can't hear, whatever. At the end of the day, do we let them starve? No, we don't want to let them starve. But we do have a responsibility to try to lift them up past basic subsistence, because I think that is the whole point of a society. We're the richest country in the nation, and
you do know that Christians. You say Christians don't help people, but where do you think a lot of these food banks are?
I'm not saying all Christians.
Where do you think a lot of the bill pay comes from? Churches.
Look, you're overgeneralizing, and what I'm trying to say
you just overgeneralize. I'm giving you straight fucking information.
There are individuals in this world that use their judgment and negative judgment. Oh, I'm just going to say people in general, because if you're going to make that about, that I'm coming down on the good Christians, because there's some good Christians out there, and I'll agree with that.
The majority of the people in this country are good people. You can't, just because you don't like a certain political party, you can't sit there and come out and say that they're all bad.
About a political party. I never brought up a political party, so please don't put that word in my mouth.
But
no,
you're over here saying that everybody's bad because you think a certain way.
Dude, it is not what I mean. What I mean is
clarify what you mean.
Thank you. I'm trying to, but you're putting words in my mouth. Because at the end of the day, there are those that would choose to judge others negatively in order to absolve themselves of their responsibility to help someone else.
Case point, our leadership. We should start looking at that.
Based upon what information? So you're generalizing this based on what? Who are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about people in general. I'm not saying everyone does it, because there are a lot of self-actualized, self-aware individuals that understand that by judging someone does not absolve you of your responsibility to help them.
So, what are people supposed to do? What are you trying to navigate us into being a certain way? What do you expect from people?
I expect that our government, which is supposed to be here to help and better the life of everyone in this country, not the select few who have too much money. And I think once you get to $100 million, you've won capitalism. I'm sorry. You've won. And you know what?
Greed.
I think there is a point at which nobody should have more than that much money. And I am sorry if you think that that's ridiculous, but they should live within their means. And that rest of that money should go back into society so that we can actually fix things that are fucking broken.
So now there's different types of wealth. Now, are you talking about
Christ advocated for?
Are you talking about gross?
Yeah,
Are you talking about like property wealth? Like you're talking about just straight asset wealth? Or are you talking about money in the bank?
Well, Aaron tried to jump in there, guys, and she hasn't spoken yet. She's new on the panel, so Aaron, please go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I'm just saying that I do think that religions tend to be big charitable contributors, but I just really wish that Christians would actually vote for the things that Christ advocated for, like helping the poor, caring for the sick.
W. Aaron. W. Aaron.
So you're saying people that agree with Trump don't help take care of the sick and don't contribute to homelessness, don't contribute to, I guess, just general public well-being? I don't understand.
They don't vote for policies that support that sort of thing. I don't know what they're
If you
doing.
look at the voting records, if you look at the voting records of all the Republicans, if you look at the voting records of all the Republicans,
why do you base all of the responsibility on the federal government, but yet you don't hold your local governments, your cities and your towns and your states responsible for any of the welfare of
they're
the
all
constituents?
responsible. They're all part of the same problem.
But all you do is hold federal responsibility.
Barry Lane's got it right. Christ was a liberal. That's right, Barry.
And he hung out with prostitutes.
And then
the homeless.
Don't forget.
It's funny how all of a sudden liberals care about Christianity once Trump puts some crazy image up on. Liberals are all Christians.
The separation of church and state.
I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist.
I'm a Quaker.
Yeah, but I bet more liberals have read the Bible since Trump put that image up there than they have ever.
But check this out,
dude. No.
Check this out. It literally right behind me.
He bore false witness.
I've read
by the way.
This Bible probably more times than the vast majority of Christians.
Yeah, you think that, there may be a higher population of liberal atheists, but we all grew up in religion. I grew up in a very high demand religion. I know my stuff. Don't.
Yeah, I'm more of a Christian. I'm more of a Christian than you, and I'm an atheist. What does that say?
I got held down against my will by a Bible thumper who pushed his beliefs against me and told me I need to change who I am.
Catholic,
and that would be considered assault.
Were they pushing on your
by the way?
Were they? Wow.
Catholics aren't Christian. Catholics are.
If I can make
that's like a cult.
It's all the same denomination.
Society from back then until now changed altogether. I'm talking about ethics. I'm talking about principles. I remember back then, even the way you dressed, we had a dress code. You couldn't come out looking like the way you are now. I don't care if you want to have your freedom, do whatever you want to do, but there was boundaries, right? And at the same time, we cared about each other, right? When we had a poor neighbor, we used to actually take, whenever we had meat, we'd take it over. They would go over to the other neighbors on the other side of, I need some tomatoes.
That happens today too.
And I'm just saying though, but that used to happen a lot more back then.
Yes.
Where people took care of each other, where you just bought groceries for your neighbors.
And it wasn't a big deal.
And
it wasn't right.
Yeah, but there's a lot of factors on the reason why people don't have relationships with their neighbors. It's not just because of who we are today. We live in a digital world. Look at us. We're fucking conversating on the internet.
So we do have
there's more virtual conversations and relationships than there ever has been. So, and then everybody's scared to go outside. No one wants to answer their door. Everybody's got Ring doorbells. There's a lot of factors that go into it, other than just immorality. But
thou shalt not judge. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Isn't that the statements they made in the Bible?
Yep.
What does that got to do with what I
Can I
said?
can I interject into this conversation because I've been
Please.
listening for a
Yes,
while,
Lonnie,
right?
please.
And the one thing that I noticed is that Anthony and Redneck have a really small worldview, very small worldview, right? And I say that because, especially with Anthony, you sit up here with this all or nothing binary thing that you got going on, which is
What does
wild
that
work
mean?
to me,
Explain what
right?
you're talking about.
Because I'm going to, if you let me finish, thank you. My point is this, right?
Well, don't just
There
make
was,
fucking accusations.
hold
Explain what you're
on,
trying to say.
let me get there. I'm sorry you don't know how to let nobody finish. Gosh. Anyway, my point is this, right? There was a moment in the conversation where you brought up the fact that your uncle is an addict to some sort of substance and he's choosing not to do the things to have a roof over his head. He's choosing to take advantage of your kindness, right? So you think because your uncle, who is one person, that helping the homeless is pointless, right? But the fact of
Nobody
the
said
matter
that.
is yes, that is your view. That's exactly what you said,
Nobody
right? So
said that.
can I
That's
finish?
what
Because
you're
I
You
saying.
just got
implied
up
that.
here. I just
No.
got up here and you're rude, okay? Because I asked to interject. I didn't cut anybody off.
It's open
So
discussion. I can
that's
say
my
whatever I want.
problem. But that's my problem because you're telling me, asking me to prove my point, and I'm talking and you're talking. So how am I going to make my point if you're talking? Because once again, you straw man the argument every single time. That's my second point, right? Because when people are talking, you want to cut people off and interject to make some
Why? Because I
point.
want to hold you
Because if
responsible for
you
the words
don't
that come
know
out of your
what is
mouth.
happening, then it sounds like you are not educated enough to have this conversation. That is my third point. Because you get up here and you play these word semantics with the conversation and you drag it all the way off a topic of where it is and you claim to act like you don't know what is happening or what people are saying when the words that are coming out of their mouth are very clear. Now I understand some words that some people on this panel use are very big, right? And they're hard to
All
understand.
right, get to the
And
point.
sometimes
You're
I
being
gotta
stupid
Google.
now. Get to the
And
point.
Okay,
see,
no, you don't need because John did that too, and I told him to stop, and I'm going to say the same thing to you. We're not doing the name calling. I don't want the violations.
I didn't call anybody no names. I'm just up here
I did.
talking about what I observed during this conversation.
You're
And
not.
that
You're
is
just all you're doing is making
that goes
accusations,
to
and you're
my
making
point.
and
You're
you're
proving my
trying
very
to
point.
insult my intelligence. That's all
Anthony,
you're doing.
why
Proving
why
my
are you
point.
so upset that she is talking?
I'm not. Because
No,
I'm not upset she's talking, but she's saying a lot of ridiculous things. So get to the point.
She's going to make her point in the way that she wants to make it.
Right. So learn
Do
to
it quickly.
listen. Learn to listen. That's
Okay.
why God gave you 2 eyes and 2 ears and 1 mouth.
Jesus Christ, man.
Because when we're really trying to have these hard conversations, right? The fact that people skip over one of the things that would be the easiest problem solver in a lot of this conversation that's been happening since I've been watching is that if these corporations paid people enough money to live while the government also stopped corporations from buying up homes and jacking up prices so people can afford to live, then less people would be dependent on the system. Less people would be out here committing crime. There would be more
Trump did
for
that.
other people to have, right? But you,
Exactly.
Anthony, specifically with your anecdotals, right? Your one person, I experienced this, does not prove your argument whatsoever because there are way more people than your one uncle who are homeless due to the fact that they are not paid enough because
The
30K
myth of the welfare baby.
does not go as far as it used to in the 90s. And people are still being paid 30K a year. And rent in my specific area, where 30K used to be a lot of money, can't afford to live because rent for a 2-bedroom apartment is $1,200, right? I just fueled up a 100-gallon school bus yesterday, right, at 6 and some change for diesel,
God.
and that was $340 for 50 gallons, not 100 gallons, 50 gallons, because we have to fill up at a half a tank. And you sit up here with your anecdotals and your
I have a
straw man
$200
and your
or
missteps.
200-gallon diesel tank.
Oh, it's a
Shouldn't
school bus,
be
so it's
that
only
high.
100 gallons.
So you're telling me that people
but-
just lived in a time capsule since the 90s and they popped out
and they were like, "Man,
You
it's
didn't listen to
expensive.
nothing
I'm
I
going to go
said
live on the
because I
street."
didn't say they lived in a time capsule. What
Let
I'm
her
saying is
speak.
that people are
Nobody got
still
pay
being paid
increases.
Yeah,
30K a year, and rent is
Right.
$1,200. That is what I'm saying. So if people got paid 50K a year and rent is $1,200, more people would have been able to afford to rent. That's the part that you're overstepping. That's the part you're excluding. That's the part you're just obfuscating.
So are
from
you saying that these
straw
people
man.
are too dumb to be able to figure
No,
out
you are.
how,
I'm
how,
sorry.
how they can survive in a modern society?
A negative judgment
Wow.
of
Okay.
another
So
individual, calling them dumb.
I
I mean,
don't
no, I mean that's her
understand.
assessment. That's her assessment. Her assessment is that people just aren't intelligent enough to change with the times.
She
That all
never
of a
said
sudden that
that.
people
You're
just
saying that.
well, that's
She
her reason
never
behind
said
why
that.
people are
You
homeless
are
now.
Can
saying
we
that.
say straw man? Straw man,
Yes.
Anthony. That's a straw
Yep.
man.
That's a
Because
straw
I didn't
man
say
argument.
that. I
And
didn't
she
say
didn't
that
say
at
it.
all. I said in the 90s people were getting paid 30K.
But the 90s got
and they
nothing to do with
still
now.
and they still getting paid 30K now. And rent is $1,200. That is not a straw man. That is corporation.
Based upon the economy of that location. So if
Wage.
$30,000 is a livable income in that location, then sure, whatever.
Not
But that's not nothing.
anymore.
That's like
That's
saying
the
that you
part
can
you're
live off
not listening
$30,000
for
in
'cause you're too
Kansas, but if you
busy
move to
running your
Chicago, you
mouth.
can't.
You're
Like
too busy
the
running
wage
your
gap
mouth,
is different.
Anthony. You're too
All
busy
right.
running your mouth. I said not anymore. The price of living now is 50K, not 30K, and they're still paying 30K. That's the part you're obfuscating from.
Okay.
So you're telling me they were homeless, living on the street, making $30,000?
Okay. Does everybody? We're going to go to individual timers, so that everybody can have a chance to say something. I don't think Chip in there said anything. Trouble? Did you get a chance to weigh in during that? I think you might have. Anyway,
No, everybody made me have to listen to her the entire time.
And then I was
I don't know, Anthony. It's just
I was
it's
trying to
crazy.
make this point about society and how irresponsible we are, and it's not just us. I'm not going to just sit here and not blame and not take some of the blame. It goes all the way to the top. You look at the senators, you look at the mayors, you look at the governments, you look at I'm going to call it out, the oligarchies, and you now know what time it is. And there's a lot of money out there. There's fucking billions and billions upon billions of dollars, but yet the majority of people are actually suffering. That's where I have a fucking problem.
Yeah. No, same, man. Yeah. Well said. Now let me.
Listen,
Actually,
there's a lot of people
I'm going to
making a
go,
lot of money. I agree.
Anthony. I'm going to go left to right, and I'm going to start with you. We're going to go around and then drop down. So 90 seconds to you, Anthony.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, people make a lot of money. There's a lot of corruption within society. There's a corruption everywhere. Yeah, but the thing is, how do you fix it? Now, your guys' first argument is Trump's fault, government's fault. It's all the government. Impose taxes. Let's rip the wealth that everybody worked so hard for away from them. Let's give it to somebody that isn't doing so well. Let's do that. The thing is, ripping money away from one person to give it to another person is not how you fix a problem. That's how you create more problems. Because the rich people are rich for a reason, because they're smart and they work hard, they invest into the system. So you're telling me that they can't work around the system that you want to put in place to impose more taxes on them? They'll just make less money and they'll invest it somewhere else. Tax codes exist for a reason. So, and they're going to pay the minimum that they can possibly pay to taxes, and then reinvest into their business, or they'll reinvest somewhere else. If it's in the tax code, they're going to use it. If you take it out of the tax code, they'll find another way to make money or keep the money, or however they're going to do it. So you're over here wanting bigger government, but bigger government has been nothing but creating problems for us since government started becoming bigger. Smaller government. That's going to be where everything needs to be. Stop allowing federal to regulate the fucking shit out of everything.
I have a question. I have a question for you. If your child is playing with other children and they're playing with like Hot Wheels toys, right? And then you go in there and one child has all the Hot Wheels toys and all the kids are looking at them saying, I want to play too. Do you then make sure that everybody gets to play equally? Or do you say, he got all the Hot Wheels first, so he gets to keep it, and the rest of you can just look at him?
Does
He was
that
smart
daycare
enough to
have-
take it first.
Have a constitution?
No.
Does
I'm
the
not talking
daycare
about
have a Bill of
daycare.
Rights?
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about, would you impart on your child the morality of sharing with others? Or would you say, those are his fucking Hot Wheels now? He got to them before you did.
That's a hypothetical situation that you want me
It's
to try to
not.
apply to a federal
It is
government.
not a hypothetical situation. This is something that all children engage in as children that you will at some point as a parent have to deal with. So do
just
you
can't
in
apply
that
that to the
moment
same
when a
You
child
can't apply
will
that.
not
You can't apply that
share,
to a federal scale.
when a child will not share with others, do you say, that's fine, those are all his because he got to them first? Or do you say, guys, share the toys?
So you say these rich people just got to the money first because they just found it, or are you?
And they
I'm
rig
not
it.
understanding your implication.
Yes, what they do basically is effectively a child setting up a lockbox so that only this child has access to everybody's toys, and that child will only pull out the toys when that child wants to, and then will take all of those things for himself. Yes, that's what they're doing. They rig the game
No,
for
that's not true,
themselves.
because-
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll use my example of what I.
Why not use my example of the
Because
children?
no, look,
Do you
now
impart?
I invest. So
my
let's
question,
say I invested
Anthony,
$50,000 into an apparel company for the last 3 years. I've made no money. I've suffered financial issues because of it. But then one day when that apparel company takes off, because I all of a sudden, if it takes off and I make millions upon millions of dollars, but nobody takes into account the amount of financial loss that I have taken in the meantime while investing into that. So now am I put into that boat to where you can take my fucking money, but you don't want to think about what the sacrifices I had to make to get to that point?
Okay, so basically, the fact that you refused to answer that question tells me that you would absolutely tell your child to share with the other ones, and that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
You're talking
Aaron,
about cars,
hold on.
little Matchbox cars on the floor
we're moving
versus
on.
somebody that invested into a company.
It's about your morals, and it's about what you believe is right and wrong. It is wrong for a child to take all of the stuff for himself, and you as a parent would absolutely
ridiculous.
tell the children to share. Yes, it's the same thing. Sharing.
You
correct.
act like
equally.
So if you
That's right.
invest
We're
into a
moving
business,
on.
Stop, you're done.
We're moving on,
You
Anthony.
stop.
It's fine.
Stop, you're done.
We're moving
and we
on.
were all
You're
completely
done.
quiet for you, so I'd love it if you would
Yeah.
be completely quiet for me.
because you guys are trying to sit here and say that because you act like these
hold on,
CEOs
Eric.
just found money. Just
Anthony,
found it. They just found it.
That's nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying
Bezos
that.
just found it
some
on-
of them do. Some of them do.
Found it on the floor.
Some of them didn't earn it.
Elon Musk
some
just
of them,
found Tesla laying around.
Right, and some of them use the work of others to enrich themselves, which is what Elon Musk did over and over again. I mean, kudos to him for doing it. But again, Anthony, we got to move along. It's individual timers. Aaron, go ahead, please.
Hey, thanks. So I really don't want Anthony to respond because he's just sucking all the air out of the room, but I'm still going to address him for a second and just say, like, this is the most ridiculous, 20-year-old libertarian bro BS. Like, I feel like you've read the Cliff's Notes of Atlas Shrugged and nothing else in your life. Libertarian theory is the most immature thing in the world because it doesn't work in reality. It leads us to the place that we are, which is late stage capitalism. Capitalism is a grow or die system. And right now we're witnessing exactly what happens in that kind of system in unregulated, unfettered capitalism. We want to be the kind of society that takes care of our sick, that takes care of our poor, and that has an educated populace. Next thing I want to say is you're acting like you're buying into this American dream bootstraps crap. And I mean, to an extent, there's a lot you can do to succeed in this country. And I'm an example of it. But guess what? I grew up with a single mom who was on welfare, and I benefited from Pell Grants for my education. But that's the kind of thing that you don't believe in. Can I have a couple more seconds here?
Just go in and land your plane.
Yeah. I just want to say, you think that you're playing this winnable game. You think that the people in power and the people with money are just the current winners, but that you'll have your chance. That's wrong. You are not playing the same game at all. You are not in those circles. You are not in those schools. You are not in those clubs, and you are not invited to them. And the only way that you would be after generations and buying a ticket in. I'm going to say this little thing. I'm actually pretty dang privileged, fortunately. And I'm able to send my son to a ridiculously expensive private school. No education should be as expensive as his is. But I will 100% admit that what we are paying for him is access. And you don't get that chance.
All right, thank you, Aaron. Let me get to Lonnie real quick. Lonnie, go ahead.
So this isn't to address Anthony at all. I'm not talking to him. I'm talking to the people in the chat. So what is happening is that they are actively trying to get rid of the middle class. That is their goal, is to eliminate the middle class, right? So
Who's
this
they?
is why the social programs that they were putting
Don't
in
interrupt,
place
Anthony.
to help make the middle class after FDR, they are ripping out of the system. They are totally dismantling it. And we have so many people that come up on panels similar to Liv's panel, and I'm not talking to anybody on Liv's panel, I'm talking to the chat once again, that believe this thought that, because I can do it, everybody else can do it, and they failed to take into consideration that people have been struggling to make it for a very long time. This is the reason for these social programs, because of the Great Depression, right? Because of the Gilded Age. And they want to take us right back to that instance, right? So to get up on a panel, at anybody's panel, and think that because what you do specifically is going to feed other people is not living in reality. That is why I say that your worldview is skewed, because you don't care, just like this administration, about the people who cannot fend for themselves. And I land there.
Yeah, thank you, Lonnie. I appreciate that. Trouble. Go ahead, man.
I'm just going to take off from where she landed, and I'm going to say, yeah, this capitalist system is not working. Because, if you actually look at how many of you are rich and prospering, how many of you have capital, how many of you have stocks, how many of you have shares? I mean, that's the society that we're in. We can't afford it. I don't know how much money you guys got. I ain't got fucking money to buy any more than what I have. And that's just the way it goes. And a lot of people in the same place. And I owe money on my house. I owe money for whatever. And that's how I'm living. I think most people are in the same boat. And that is the society that we live in. I mean, some people are luckier than others, whatever you want to talk about. I just don't see the opportunity and the capability of the country to prosper as well as it should, because we're spending all our money on fucking wars. And who's making the money there? Lockheed Martin, and I don't want to go into that, but I'm just going to land it right there, and that's where the problem is. That I keep going back to that same stupid system that we have. And if you're one of those lucky ones that have a lot of money and you're rich and prospering, good for you. But the majority of people do not have that type of living style, and it's not their fault. It's the system altogether. The capitalist system that's supposed to be working is not working the way it's supposed to be working.
That's right. Yeah, and like we disincentivize or deter people from doing bad things because people can do them, but when we say we don't want people to go around murdering others or sexually assaulting people, we put laws in place. This is no different from that, because it's to me immoral to hoard for yourself while others struggle. I just, I don't really fathom that, because maybe I just wasn't raised that way. I don't get it. I never liked the kids that wouldn't share. They were always assholes, to me anyway. And that's true in my adult life too. Anybody that doesn't want to share. Drew, go ahead, man.
Okay, I really like that analogy about the toys and in response to the wealthy and how they hoard their money and starve the economy and we're left with, maybe 40% of the active wealth in our society at the moment. And a lot of people are struggling. And, after the Gilded Age, and then that lovely, I don't know if you saw the Gatsby party that they threw at Mar-a-Lago, which is literally, the Gilded Age in itself. You're talking about rich people who have no understanding of what it takes to live day to day. I like legally, because I live in my semi truck, am literally homeless. Okay. And I don't pay rent. I don't pay utilities. I pay for the things that keep me going. And, I'm still having a hard time making ends meet. And I can only imagine if I actually kept the house, how much harder that would be. And the reality is a lot of us, they want us so poor that we can't do anything about it. We can't stop working because, we got to pay X, Y, and Z. So we can't fight back. And that's part of what they want. They want us.
They want us reliant on them.
Yes.
They want to be the hand that feeds us so that we don't bite them.
Right, because
truck
we're
drivers
indentured
make over
servants.
$2,000 a week, and
Right.
you can't afford to live on $2,000 a week.
Here, I'll give you 45 seconds.
I don't
Anthony.
make that much, dude.
Well, Anthony, 45-second rebuttal if you want it. Go ahead.
If you're an OTR Class A driver, which I'm assuming you are because you say you live in your truck, which means you have a Class A, OTR drivers make well over $2,000 a week.
No, they don't. No,
Yes,
they don't. No,
Yes,
they
they
don't.
do. Yes, they do.
Dude, I've been in this business for 8 years. You have no idea what you're talking
You're
about.
lying because
No, I'm not lying.
I have a Class A license and I've had it for the last 20 years. So
Yes,
I don't know what
and you
you're talking
also
about.
hauled special stuff. The people that haul reefer stuff ain't making that kind of money, dude. Period.
So what do you spend most of your time just sitting in front of Walmart waiting to unload? Because it doesn't make any sense.
I'm a company driver, dude. I don't make that kind of money. Period.
You
I gotta pay for
because
benefits.
that's impossible. That you can be an OTR driver, put all those miles
Don't
in,
sit here
drive
and
a
tell me
reefer
it's
truck.
impossible. You want to look at my paycheck?
So
Fuck you.
here's what we know is that OTR drivers, especially company drivers, get fucked because it costs them very little for you to not be rolling, and you get paid when you're rolling, and so your check could be really good one week and really shitty the next week. And so on average, I think, it could be, you might have a $800 week and then the next week have a $2,000 week. You know what I mean? It's very variable. So I don't know that you can really peg that to that because I've had
Of course, it's based on
really
miles.
good weeks.
You get paid by the mile.
And
What's the mileage
you're
now?
not-
Like a quarter?
Yeah, I don't know. It was pretty low when I was driving. I also have a CDL. Either way, we can move beyond that. Chip, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I guess it just comes down to philosophy of how you want to live your life. Do you want to have a life where some people have means, some people don't? I mean, the way I view it is this. I'm not for giving people a bunch of stuff for doing absolutely nothing. And for those that can't do anything or are impaired, injured, unfortunately born certain ways or get injured or whatever happens, I think we have a duty to at least provide something for those folks because we would want that if we were in their situation. I think that's common among us. The other thing is, I have no problem with somebody making a fortune if they can go out and provide value for society and create a product or service that benefits the world. Good for you. But I don't want someone doing that at the exclusion of one's basic needs. So, for example, I think the basic needs of life are, oxygen, food, water, shelter, clothing, maybe a minimum amount of education, something like that, opportunity for education if one wants to do it. And I think that society should put emphasis on providing those things as a bare minimum starting point. Once we've handled all that stuff, those who are go-getters, if they want to try to push the system and go get something, good for you, go do it. But right now we have a system that highly incentivizes the go-getters and pretty much puts everybody else in sort of a take what you can get off the side crumbs of the table kind of thing. And that's not how I want to be. I wouldn't want to do that in a room full of people. I don't want to go to Thanksgiving dinner and say, well, I make more money than you, so I can go have 80% of the food off the table and have an armed guard in the corner stopping the rest of people from eating a bite or two of food. None of us would do that, but that's essentially how we run our society.
Yeah. Well said, Chip. Great point. Blue, go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to reiterate, especially with what Chip says. Why is it that a certain group of people get to decide if somebody decides how they want to live, especially when they're trying their best when it comes with food, shelter, all that stuff? That should be a right, not just a privilege. And here's the thing, somebody who had nothing, who finally got himself up to something. I didn't say grab yourself up by your bootstraps. Oh no, that's not what I said. I put myself in the shoes of other people who have been struggling for longer than I have, who had tried to fix their problems, tried to fix their situations, but the system is so rigged it makes it hard for them to believe they're capable, or make it hard to believe that they are willing to even try, because it's just so hard right now. And some people are just not getting it. I would like to see them try to do what most people have gone through. The billionaires especially, I'd like to see them spend a day in the shoes of these people and figure out what it's like, because they don't even know exactly what it took to get out of these situations. I was never born with family who had money. They always told me I had to work for what I had. And for the longest time, I just can't quite understand why a group thinks that they're entitled when they should be able to share their fair share. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. Thank you, Blue. Now we have a new panelist, Trotty. I'm going to go before I open for open discussion. Let you have your say so we can kind of gauge your thought process here. Go ahead, Trotty. Trotty, go ahead. Okay. All right. That was a pretty insightful take. Thank you, Trotty. Appreciate that. Now let me just open it up then, guys. We have 67 people in here. Holy shit, we hit over 100,000. Thank you all. That's fucking awesome. Let me hold on. God, I need to get my sound effect bar in here. Hey, let's get some clapping going on. Comment section. Thank you all. That's awesome, really. And I still have a gifting goal up of boxing gloves. Looking for 50. I got 17. If you want to gift or can gift, please do so. Also on my bio, I have Crash App and Vimo. You can do that. I'll check it here in a minute in case somebody has sent something. But with that said, let's next 15 minutes. Anthony, since you're opposition, I'll let you start us off. Go ahead, man.
If I may just jump in here because I want to go. I actually came up here and I'm more interested in Lebanon talk, but I do want to say one thing before I leave, and I'll come back and hopefully discuss this. I do want to say congratulations to Lebanon and their people for their legendary resistance, patience, and resilience. What happened last night was a small victory for the resistance because they didn't stop fighting and actually stop or start this ceasefire because they didn't get their asses kicked. Believe that. And I'll leave it right there. And once again, congratulations to Lebanon and their people.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you. I was hoping that we got there at some point.
Crazy.
Yeah, I was hoping that we got to that topic. It is Fuck It Friday, so y'all, if you have another topic, you're welcome to bring it up. We can argue about it.
Lebanon.
Only as long as you yell about it and get upset. That's the only. I'm just kidding.
Why is it always
go ahead, Anthony.
the Islamic, whoever's in charge with these different groups, whether it be, Hamas, Hezbollah, IRGC, which they're all proxies of the IRGC. Why is it always they get smoked, and if a few exist, victory? Like, it doesn't make sense because they are steadily just getting fucking just murked, and because a few hid in a cave and didn't get taken out after they've been going back and forth with fighting, that all of a sudden Lebanon wins. It's like, so you're okay.
Ridiculous. So you have a group of people who have militaries that are far exceed your own capability, that are just booming you and unaliving you left and right, and you don't understand why it's a win, that despite them wanting to eradicate those people entirely and or push them out so they can steal their land, despite that they still exist. You don't see how that's a W?
Who's trying to steal their land? The thing is, Lebanon wouldn't even be getting boomed if it wasn't for them attacking Israel in the first place.
I guess you don't understand the history. I guess you don't understand
the
the
history.
history.
They've been fighting back and forth for a very long time. The thing is, it's
No.
always them launching attacks.
Not back and forth. No, that's not true. They were invaded.
Yes.
They were invaded by Israel. Israel took their land. A militant group that wanted to fight back against the incursion of a foreign military into their land that then stole it. They started fighting back and pushed them out and have continued to do so like ever since. That'd be like,
how long
you know,
ago are you talking about? You're talking about like
I don't know, 60s,
biblical
I guess,
times?
is when they
60s?
Chip.
Oh, you're talking
was
about
it in
during
the
the formation of
60s
Israel.
when? No. For Lebanon, we're talking about Lebanon here. I believe it was in the 60s that they took the land in southern Lebanon. They invaded.
They invaded in 1982.
1982. Was it really that late?
Yep, 82.
Well, I thought it was further back. But there you go. In the 80s, they invaded, took land, and the people fought back. And then now we call those people fighting for their own country terrorists. That'd be
So
like
why are they fighting now?
Mexico.
Why do they continue to launch offensives?
Because their land is still stolen.
Their land is not stolen. Why do they continue to launch offensives?
Israel started attacking Lebanon when they started attacking Iran. What are you talking about?
No,
Yes.
Gaza and Lebanon, which is Hamas and Hezbollah, both were launching attacks into Israel. This was before the Gaza conflict.
Look. You're trying to paint one incident.
I'm not. This is just
and
exactly what's been
remove
happening
all
for a very long time.
context prior to and say, well, this is what started that. That's
See,
crazy.
the problem is with a lot of people is they forget about what happened yesterday and the day before, and then the thing is they always worry about the news cycle, what's happening now, and then they forget about how things came to be.
Tim, this is
you
an
got to
area where I have
remember
a lot
where
of-
all this shit came from in the first place.
I can paint the history for everybody. If you want to go through that, that's
Sure.
fair. So the question is, why do these different groups form, and why do they behave the way they behave? And it's fair to point that out. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning of the concept of Israel, which is 1917. Long before the Germans ever did anything to the people in Europe, this was a deal made by wealthy Zionist bankers who had a desire to create a state for the Jewish people, a homeland in Palestine. They used their connections both in finance and in media in the United States to make connections with the Americans because the Brits were not able to overcome the trench warfare in World War I over the Germans and the Ottomans. So what they did was they had a quid pro quo, and they said, if we can draw the Americans into the war to turn the tide in World War I, which they eventually did, you have to give us a homeland in Palestine. This is to the Brits. And so they agreed. And so that was the quid pro quo. That was called the Balfour Declaration. It was in 1917. So that inexorably changed the region. Now, before that time, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, mostly Muslims, lived in that area, although more Jews lived in Jerusalem than any other peoples. And the land has ancient ties to all forms of DNA among all peoples. They were living in relative harmony. In fact, families would actually watch each other's kids when the other people worked, and they helped build homes and stuff. It wasn't perfect, and different areas had issues, but for the most part, there was nothing like we see today. It doesn't go back thousands of years like Hatfields and McCoys, like we're told. That's just not true. Go back at the historical record. What changed is the massive immigration after the Balfour Declaration into Palestine, where those fleeing problems in Europe and elsewhere, and also the desire to flood the territory with more people to make up the state if it could come to be, that was the desire. Go back and look at the people who formed the state, David Ben-Gurion. This is exactly what they talk about. Now, unfortunately, what we're not told about is that between 1925 and 1948, when Israel was formed, hardcore Zionist proponents formed militias, basically terrorist gangs, that would go around and try to expel or terrorize Arabs out of their villages. This happened long before the War of Independence or the period of time when Israel got founded in the 40s. Obviously, after World War II, there was sympathy towards the plight of the people, and that played a role in approving the boundaries of the state. The problem is that the people who were living there, who had been living in harmony, as I mentioned, many of them got unalived or pushed out of their homes, many of whom ended up in Gaza in the south to create this new state. Now, obviously, if somebody pushes you out of your home and you had nothing to say about it, you're not going to be happy about that, regardless of the political considerations that led to it. So that's why the people that are Arab Palestinians in the region have a historical grudge. Now, getting back to the Lebanon situation, what happened there? Well, when the people were pushed out of Israel, a lot of the factions went to Jordan. There's a lot of population overlap between Arab Palestinians in Jordan and in the West Bank and in Israel. That's the peoples of the region. So, in fact, the region used to be called Transjordan before it was delineated accordingly. Now, getting back, why did people end up in Lebanon? Well, the Palestinians got forced out of Jordan. The radical factions that were trying to fight for their land got forced out of Jordan, and they fled to Lebanon, where they had more sympathy. They were working out of Lebanon and attacking the northern parts of Israel periodically, like we see today with Hezbollah. Why did Hezbollah come into existence? In 1982, the PLO was operating up in Lebanon, and they decided they were going to go into Lebanon to try to squelch basically this resistance group. So they invaded and occupied from 1982 until, gosh, I think it was a lot of years in there. The resistance to that occupation formed, and the militias that took up arms against that occupation of Lebanon call themselves Hezbollah. That's why they exist. The Lebanese civilians that now fight the Israelis that are Shia Muslims in the south, they didn't have a formal problem with the Israelis until they occupied their country. Now, there's a big struggle between the militant groups that are Shia Islam in the south and the Christians in the north that make up the population of Lebanon. And that struggle's been going on. But because of the military strength that Hezbollah has, the government has not been able to keep them under wraps. They have a small political representation in their legislature, but it's only like 2.5%. But effectively, they rule most parts of Lebanon, much like the Taliban would in Afghanistan, even if not formally the government, through strength of militarism and also public sympathy. So that's how this all came into existence. Now, what the Israelis have done to try to push their security interests, and they've tried to use brute force and physical segmentation and ethnic cleansing. And they do that through checkpoints and police incursions and settler violence and aerial bombardment campaigns, as we've been seeing. They took it to an extreme recently with Gaza after October the 7th, 2023. But this has always been their plan. And if you go back and read the people who formed the state, they specifically say we have to move the Arabs off the land for us to be able to flourish here as the Jewish people. And they don't, even David Ben-Gurion, his memoirs said, I don't blame them for fighting us using these tactics. We've taken their land. We're the foreigners. We invaded. God gave it to us, but they don't believe that. So it's sensible that they fight us back. This is all documented. The lie we get is that a bunch of crazy Arabs want to do terrorism, and so all they do is want to hurt the Jays into the Mediterranean Sea. That's complete nonsense.
Okay, so there you go, Anthony. I mean, that's a pretty good description of what happened. So at the very least, can you understand why they fight?
Thank you, Chip.
So they should just continue to fight. So Lebanon should just continue to launch rockets, and just because of what happened then, there should be no agreement. There should be nothing.
Lebanon doesn't. The Lebanese government is trying to work out a ceasefire so that their civilians throughout the entire country, including the capital of Beirut, aren't harmed by aerial bombardment in Israel's purported effort to go after their militant enemy, Hezbollah.
Well, the Lebanese government should stop occupying civilian zones. They should have militarized areas and stop hanging out in hospitals and schools and all that. Because that's the same thing Hamas did.
That doesn't make any sense.
You're talking about the safety of the civilians in Lebanon.
You said the Lebanese government shouldn't be hanging around in civilian zones. What do you mean by that?
They're creating militarized zones within hospitals and schools and then whenever, because once those are occupied by military, they are now active militarized zones, which then leaves them vulnerable to strikes.
So you're making the assertion, and again, I'm not saying these instances never occur, but you're making the broad assertion, as the Israelis tend to do to justify the force they use, to say that they're quote unquote commingling themselves in civilian areas, civilian infrastructure, therefore making it a legitimate military target. If you look at the attacks that took place just recently in Beirut, that is certainly not the case. But even if it were, let's say you have a senior level commander living in a 12-story apartment building with 400 people living there. Can you say you can justify taking down the entire apartment building, unaliving hundreds of women and children, just because you're trying to go after a militant? And if that were done inside of Israel, just as the corollary, imagine if you have an IDF commander that's living in a 15-story thing in Tel Aviv, and the Iranians bring the whole damn thing down to get one bad guy. I'm sure you'd scream bloody murder, that's unfair, that's civil, but when the tables get turned, it's just considered the fog of war.
They've been launching rockets into Israel and hitting lots of civilian areas. They don't even hit militarized zones. They don't even hit commanders. They just hit whatever they can hit.
Well, nobody's
claiming that Israel. And rockets make it through the Iron Dome all the time.
I'm going to play a video that I think
But the big point I want to mention is this: what you have to understand about Lebanon is that the central government has an ongoing fight inside the country against the militant arm that resists Israel. They're enemies, and a lot of people who live in Lebanon, by the way, don't.
Yeah, I understand. Listen, I'm not making an argument for Israel. I'm not sitting here saying Israel is innocent and everything. But the thing is, nobody wants to paint a picture of reaction. The thing is, yeah, Israel has to defend itself. Israel has to do the same thing that's being done to them. They have to maintain their sovereignty. The same thing as Lebanon has to maintain their sovereignty. The thing is, it seems to be that everybody attacks Israel, but then blames Israel whenever Israel reacts.
But
I think
there's
that
a
is very
difference.
disingenuous.
Listen, this is really important to understand, and then I'll pass the mic. Israel's decree to defend itself. Okay, fair enough. If you want to support the state and you want to say they have a justification for that reason, okay, I understand that. What Israel does is they go far beyond the bare necessity of defense. For example, just in the last 2 weeks during this recent conflict with Lebanon, what did they do? There's a river called the Litani River, which sort of designates the south of Lebanon from the north. Many of the Hezbollah militants operate south of the Litani River when they're doing military incursions or actions against Israel. What they do is they go into a village, they secure it, they detonate everything in the village, including schools, hospitals, churches, with nobody there, by the way. They completely destroy the land. Therefore, does this sound familiar? Therefore, making it impossible for people to return and live there so they can then maintain a military occupation in perpetuity. This is their strategy. It's called the Dahiyya Doctrine. The area in southern Lebanon where they first started doing this was an area called Dahiyya. And the idea is if we make life so miserable for the civilians and destroy their infrastructure, eventually they'll push out the militants because their lives suck. So that's the doctrine of Israel. Now, that's way different than defending yourself.
Now, I want to play a video that this came out just yesterday, the day before. Just watch what Israel does, and they do these tactics all the time and then cry victim.
Yeah.
The Israeli military today launched 3 consecutive attacks on 3 different teams of paramedics, all operating in the southern Lebanese town of Meyfadoun. And what we heard from the Lebanese health ministry was that first there was a paramedic team that, as is normal, responded to an emergency call. They were going to the site of an Israeli airstrike where there were wounded people they needed to rescue. And as they were arriving to Meyfadoun, they were hit by an Israeli drone strike, killing 2 paramedics at that site and wounding others. And then the paramedics sent yet another team in order to rescue that first team. And as they were arriving to the town, another Israeli strike hit that team and wounded 3 of those paramedics. So then the civil defense decided to send yet a third team in order to rescue the first and the second teams. They were also hit when arriving to the town. Another 2 paramedics were killed in that third strike, and more were wounded.
They triple tapped teams of medics, and this is not an outlier. This is what they do. They do it all the time, and nobody ever talks about it. Nobody ever says anything about it. Anthony, do you think that those actions are okay?
War. I mean, I don't think it's okay. I think it's fucked up, but war. What are you gonna do? You're gonna say, "Don't kill people in war, people." Come on, don't do that. I mean, because that's how you win wars, right? It's war.
So do you have no problem with what Hitler did?
It's war. People lose their lives in war. I mean, how are you gonna change that?
Okay, so you were okay with the final solution, I guess. Yeah.
It happened. It's war. I mean, how can we dictate what happens in war?
Wow.
We can sit here and complain about how people's lives got lost in war. The thing is, I can sit here and complain about how Hamas killed hundreds of unalived hundreds of people during October the 7th. But that's been a conflict that's been going back and forth for a very long time. It's a biblical conflict.
It's not a biblical conflict. I just explained the whole backdrop to you.
It's a biblical conflict.
There's nothing that you can
sit here and complain.
There's nothing that you can say to a person who believes that unaliving millions of people is acceptable because it's war. It's what happens.
Did I say it was acceptable?
Yes.
Pretty much.
No, you're lying.
Yeah.
So that's what it
when nations go into conflict, you're gonna say there's gonna be no
That's
loss
what
of
happens. You said that's what happens. Is that what happens?
Yeah. So
do you accept it?
No, I don't accept people losing their lives. But what are you going to do whenever you have a conflict?
You don't do that.
Real quick, there's a certain set of guidelines that exist internationally after World War II because of the horrific nature of some of the choices made by targeting and carpet bombing and even the nuclear weapons, called the Geneva Convention, where
At
all
what cost?
signatories.
What's the penalties?
We're
What's
all,
the penalties?
just to be fair, I'm just pointing this out there. Just listen. I know you have a hard time doing that. Just listen. This is a standard for how targets are picked out, what differentiates legitimate military targets from illegitimate civilian targets. Israel is a signatory to the Geneva Convention, as is the United States. Now, you're right. There's no effective enforcement mechanism for violations of it, but it's a standard to which all nations agree. This is where we want to draw the line between legitimate conflict and illegitimate conflict. I would argue that the United States and Israel cross that line more regularly than any other group on the planet, unfortunately.
It's true. Yep, and if you
Who's
don't accept
who's in
it,
charge of violations? Who's in charge of violations for it? Who regulates it?
Question about this.
NATO?
well, we need
We own NATO.
better enforcement. That's for sure.
Do
Go
we
ahead, Lonnie.
believe that the U.S. is untouchable? Like, is that what we're to believe, that the U.S. is gonna not be
U.S. is
affected?
untouchable. The U.S. is the superpower of this
that's all
world,
I
and
needed
we
to know.
run the
Okay.
planet.
Wow. Can I respond to that?
Yes, please, APEC. Go ahead.
Look. So, I mean, there's a concept known as just warfare.
You're part of the issue too, because you're the one that goes into the United States and gets all our. I'm just kidding.
APEC. Yeah. So yeah, there's a concept known as just warfare, right? And there's lines like who are combatants, who are not combatants, who are civilians. And I think the goal, and hopefully you would agree with this, Anthony, of any war is to provide justice and peace, right? That should be the goal. If not, that's what diplomacy is for, and other avenues. So
End goals of war, yeah, it's going to be justice, I guess, depending on the reactionary sovereignty. It's going to be for the best interest of the nations that are going to war. There's so many different reasons for it.
Yeah.
But
let me just land my plane here. So you said it's. So I think what I just want to caution is that just because we have the means to do something, how we conduct military actions matters. For example, hopefully you would agree that civilians should not be a target, right?
Of course not. Civilians should not be a target.
Yeah, but then when you end up in a situation where you have the president of the United States saying that he wants to end a civilization, then essentially you're getting to a point where if you're destroying hospitals, you're destroying schools, you're destroying means of life for these civilians. How is that just?
The United States didn't destroy a school.
Didn't do that in Gaza?
United States destroyed a school in Gaza?
Well, hold on.
You mean Iran? You mean Iran or?
Yeah, no. I'm just saying. I'm trying to compare what Israel's doing and what the U.S. is doing. When it's backing. So didn't Israel do that to Gaza?
Yeah, but Hamas was militarizing public zones. So what?
Yeah, but does
you're saying that there will never be an end to the conflict if there is no goal reached. And the goal was to release the hostages, and Hamas refused to have any diplomatic solution.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is this, right? So Israel, in that case, you're saying that Israel was wrong because they targeted civilians and civilian sites.
If they work within the Geneva Conventions? Yes, they did, because they were striking militarized zones.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they were.
Do you think triple tapping medics is working within the Geneva Convention?
He's talking about Gaza. What are you talking about? Lebanon?
Well, I'm just saying. You earlier you didn't have a problem with it.
Anthony, are we talking about the war from 2023 until present in Gaza? Or are you talking about something else? Because what you just said is patently false.
APAC was just talking about Gaza.
Israel has done anything but abide by international standards in its carrying out its campaign in Gaza.
That's right.
That's what the outcry is about.
So Hamas was not setting up shop underneath schools.
If you want to focus on the actions,
Hamas was not setting up shop in hospital basements.
If you want to focus on the behavior of that party, fine, we can talk about their behavior. But you just said that Israel's abiding by all the right rules of war. They're not by any stretch.
Yeah, why is there an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu by the International Criminal Court? Right? They claim that there's reasonable grounds to believe that he's responsible for war crimes against humanity during the Gaza war, right? Because what did he do? He starved the people. He attacked civilians, right? So
that's been debunked because Israel has sent aid into Gaza several times. Hamas would come in, take that aid, and that's why Israel was forced to have to bring the aid through proper channels because Hamas would continue to steal the aid.
Okay,
and then they would hoard it, and then they would fire upon the citizens of Gaza when they were trying to go get the aid. So that's the reason why Israel would have to bring the aid to specific zones deemed safe by Israel to allow the citizens to get the aid. And which is also the reason why Israel would offer warning to the citizens of Gaza that there were strikes going to happen within the area, telling them to evacuate, but Hamas would force them to stay.
Yeah, but Anthony, here's the issue. So you're essentially saying that if I were to burn down my neighbor's house, but then afterward I would provide them support because I'm getting, ridiculed, and someone were to support it, basically, it's okay because I'm helping them out, but I'm the one that caused the problem in the first place.
Yeah, and I want to show.
There wouldn't be any conflict in Gaza if Hamas didn't cause October 7th. I mean, why don't we look at that part of it?
Let me show this map real quick. Do you know what this is? Can you read that, Anthony? Can you read that? Let me see if I can scroll in for you. Let me pull this up. Tinker Air Force Base. Do you notice what's right next to it?
Not really sure what that is. What are we looking at?
These are homes. This is a military base. Do you think that it's acceptable because we built a military base among houses that they can go and blow up all of those homes? Do you think that would be okay?
Is it plausible that it might happen? Yeah.
Do you think that's acceptable to strike those houses because they're next to and we built and we're shielding and protecting our military base with homes?
Is it deemed acceptable?
That's the argument you're making.
I don't know.
That's the argument you're making. Well, it was a fine target because there was a Hamas member. His arm was over there.
That's Geneva Conventions. That's the rules.
We do it. And so you're saying that that's perfectly fine for them to target our civilian structures because we happen to have a fucking military base there.
If Iran were to strike us and it hit the surrounding homes around that, now is that a war crime? Or is it because it's within a vicinity of a military base, is it acceptable? I don't know. You're asking me. I don't make the fucking
You were the one that brought that up. You were like, well, but it wasn't Hamas working out of that? Wasn't Hamas working there? Wasn't Hamas working there?
If Iran were to strike that military base and then destroy the homes within a 2-mile radius around that base, is that acceptable within the Geneva Convention?
You're the one that thinks it's okay to strike civilian homes.
Is it okay according to the Geneva
You're
Convention?
The one that believes
that's the basis of this entire argument.
No.
That's not the argument.
That it isn't the argument. You're also making up lies, or at least you're regurgitating the lies that Israel tells. And what Israel's going to do when the triple tap of the medics come out, they're going to come out and say, "Oh, that was Hezbollah with safety vests." That's what they kept saying. They've unalived over 200 journalists, and they said they were Hamas. You're believing lies that they spew, and then you're regurgitating them on panels. You didn't even understand the history of Lebanon.
Your source is Hamas, Hezbollah, and IRGC. So
The source is called
Nope.
history, Anthony, not pulling it out of thin air. We can go back and look, like Operation Ajax. How about you look that up? Like, there are reasons that people believe what they're saying because we have proof to show it. You have yet to show any source on where you're getting your information because everything you're saying sounds like it came from Fox News or it came from some right-wing news article, and you have no point of direction to show us that what you're saying is actually factually what is happening. The other thing you do is say, I believe, when everybody else up here is telling you it's factually true, and they give you the point of reference, and
Who
you're
said I
just
believe?
gaslighting. You do.
Who said I believe?
I believe.
Oh, I believe that it's right.
You've talked a couple times, and I haven't heard you offer up any sources and facts.
Because why do I need to offer up anything when I believe? Well,
don't expect me to do something if you ain't gonna follow your own fucking advice.
Straw man is ridiculous because you don't have a dog in the fight. You're using dog whistles
Woof,
and
woof,
you're
motherfucker.
straw manning the whole conversation because you want to be the center of attention because nobody else will give you any attention. So you
Why?
came
Because
up here.
I'm reacting to the things you guys say because it's called a conversation.
And overtalk. It's not a conversation when you overtalk people, Anthony.
You pretzel yourself in order to just make it so that they are in the right. That's what you do. Look, I call a spade, right? Call a spade. If you have a moral compass, well, you find a way. You find a way to make it so that it's okay. Just earlier, we watched reporting. We watched
wrong.
Well, listen.
That's what it is.
Well, hold on, Lonnie. I don't want you to come up here and only debate things that you don't either know or believe just for the sake of debating. I want to hear your thoughts, right? Because if you're doing that, if you're just being contradictory to be contradictory, that's not good faith conversation. Like, that's not you, right? If you were to do that, maybe
there's going to be some information that you guys talk about that I don't have knowledge on, but I'm going to challenge what you say.
Well, and you could
give me the proper information so I can develop a idea around it.
Well, let me ask a favor of you. If something is said and you don't know about it, you can ask. We can pull it up on the screen, as I always do, and I'm happy to showcase to you these things that are true. Would you do that?
I have a favor to ask the guys too. To ask everybody, rather than assuming where anybody gets their information from. Anthony, I don't want to assume you watch Fox News or anything like that. Where did you get this information from that you've been sharing so far? What kind of things do you look at to get that?
Over time of following the events of the conflict between Gaza and Israel.
But through what media? Like, where do you get the information to do the following?
Whether it be independent, maybe mainstream. I mean, it's just been several areas of just watching.
Can you give one as an example, just something we can have a reference point?
I don't remember.
I mean, if you were going to go get news right now today,
not a database for where I saw things. I just know I saw.
Well, no, but that makes a big difference because the source of the information can paint it one way or the other according to objective facts.
Whether it be Epic Times, Newsmax, maybe Fox, maybe CBS, maybe CNN, I don't know, wherever the fuck I saw it.
Well,
I'm open to looking at every source so I can understand the surrounding points and what's been said, the redactions, the quietly apologized for saying this, for saying that, because that's a lot of what happens with NBC, CNN, and all them. They'll say one thing, but they'll go and redact it quietly on their website.
Well, let me bring something up as like an example, Anthony. I'm sure you've heard that Hamas had a headquarters underneath a hospital. You remember that claim?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, Ehud Barak, the former prime minister, went up on Christiane Amanpour's, was being interviewed by her and admitted that, in fact, Israel is the one that built the stuff underneath the hospital for their own military purposes while they had hold of the land, because they had at one point, made an incursion into the land. They controlled that area, built that under the hospital. And so once the war started, after they no longer had the land, they were like, they must be under there because we built it. So they knew that it existed, but they didn't actually have any proof that anybody was under there. And of course, they went there and there was no evidence that they were actually there. They were just operating on this belief that, well, we were using our military under a hospital, so they probably are too. And then it turns out. they weren't right. Do you see how that kind of works? And that if you don't know the other side and you only heard the first side and you believe that, you're going to be missing out on the actual truth, right? Isn't that crazy? Like
maybe,
it
but the
blew,
thing is,
it blew her fucking mind. You should have seen the look on her face when he said that. She was like, wait. Christiana Amanpour. She was like, what? Did you just, made him repeat it? And it was crazy.
I know I definitely want to comment, but I know Hooligan is trying to chime in.
Oh, Hooligan. Yeah. You've been up for a minute. You haven't said anything. Jump in
I've been
there.
waiting for fucking inspectors for hours.
Thanks, APEC. No, I just want real. I mean, there was something I want to comment on earlier, but on this, I think there was the same situation with that Irani girls' school. They said that there was something underneath it, right? But then the hidden, the underlying issue was they were all children of the military officers, the IRGC and whoever else. So that was the same thing with that school, I think, in Iran.
Okay.
So did they end up finding, when they dug through the rubble, did they find any military down there?
No, I believe that was the assumption, is it had old information saying.
So we have no other information based around that?
Actually, we do. It's from a company that is a subsidiary of Palantirs. It's called KELA. They were responsible for that strike, the first and the second, the double tap. They're out of Tel Aviv, by the way. So the command for that strike was out of Tel Aviv. It was our ordinancing is now Tel Aviv is in control of our guidance systems, guidance systems that the United States takes the blame for and makes our country look bad. But it was Israel making the call, kind of similar to what we saw with Gaza, right? Because America got a lot of heat for what happened there, even though it was the IDF who were unaliving people.
Real quick, Feisty, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Barry, thank you for that. I think it was a cake or a boxing glove. Anyway, the laughing taco is hilarious that TikTok put that up there, and I appreciate you guys sending me some.
I thought y'all hated TikTok because Trump owned it.
It is what it is, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, oh, gosh. Look, I guess, Anthony, what I want to know is, like, what do you desire for the Iranian people and the people of Gaza? Like, do you wish them ill? You wish them good? Or just...
I mean, the people, I wish them the, prosperous, most freest living that they can possibly live within their area. Yeah. But they can't do that with having the IRGC as being in charge. I mean, they're forcing them into a life of like servitude. So I don't know. The IRGC, they're just a bad group of people. They're very dishonest. They've been told that they have to do things a certain way, and I get that as far as a nation goes, they don't want to be told what to do, and I get it, because that's an American. I don't want to be fucking told what to do, and I definitely don't want someone else telling my country what to do. But
yeah, dude,
whenever they actively support and fund terrorist activity around the globe, they don't really leave civilized countries and powerful countries too many other options other than telling them, I don't think so, buddy. So maybe if they were to change their tune and try to coexist with the rest of the world without trying to subjugate us, then there wouldn't be adverse action against them.
Super fucking weird. Hey, bud, super weird, because you just discussed Israel right there. Because again, do you know the largest population of people that
we're talking about Iran? Now you're going to jump over and create an Israel conflict.
I'm talking about Iran. Largest population of Jewish people in the Middle East is in Iran. And you know why they're in Iran and not in Israel?
You want me to guess, or are you going to tell me?
Okay, you could do either. I'm asking if you want me to say.
All right, don't be ridiculous. Tell me say what you got to say. Come on.
Oh, absolutely. It's because they're ethnic Jews. They're people who are Middle Eastern by ethnicity. So they have to hide in Iran because Smithsville would eliminate them. The same with us, Smithsville has already gone in and I'm sorry, what is the term when you stop somebody from being able to reproduce? Oh yeah. They went in with the pardon me?
Sterilize.
There you go. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I was blanking on that for some reason. Yeah, they already went in the 90s and sterilized the people who were Jewish who were Mizrahi from Ethiopia. Immediately
How they
did
managed to do that?
And, oh, they mandated that they had to have birth control while they were in Smithsville in order for them to be there. And magically, it ended up being that they accidentally gave all of them way, way, way too much birth control that it ended up sterilizing them. Whoopsies. But it's okay because those were the
How'd they manage to
ethnic
force
Jews.
that?
Oh, literally it was mandated because they were refugees. And as refugees, they had to go through a whole process to be in Smithsville. Part of that process is mandated birth control. And that birth control over the course of about, I think it was 2 years. Yeah, on the other side of that 2 years, they were sterilized. I'm telling you the truth. My grandfather was in Treblinka. I'm part Ashkenazi. And the thing is, Ashkenazi are the only pure people. So everybody else,
Wow,
only
thank you,
literally
Feisty.
everybody else need to be eliminated.
Are there any more of those people, the refugees? Are there any more of them people that exist?
I'm so sorry. Again, the reason that the Jewish people in Iran stay in Iran is because Iran is protecting them living. Because Smithsville.
But are there any living
when
relatives
they
of
did
the
the
people
Nakba,
that were refugees in Israel?
Sir, the people who were Jewish in Israel before the Ashkenazis showed up, they were G-sided alongside the other people that were there. Those Muslims.
But there's no
failed.
living
The people-
refugees to any of the people that had to take birth control.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what the fuck we're
What?
talking about.
Not following.
Sir, do you
Well, she
understand
just
that
claimed that
sterilizing
Israel
means you
forced
can't have children
refugees
anymore?
to take birth control.
Well,
Yes, sir. You can look it up
that
on
is
Google.
true.
I'm telling you the truth.
That is true. I know of the Ethiopian Jewish people were given, Depo-Provera, whatever shots unknowingly and without permission or consent or knowledge.
Are there any living relatives of those people?
Yes, there are, because some of them fled, is what she's saying. Like the ones that
So they
didn't
weren't
flee,
sterilized.
the ones that didn't flee got sterilized. The ones that did flee did not get sterilized. That's why they fled. So yes, some of those people are still in existence today. That is what she is explaining. And once again, you're straw manning.
Yeah, and
No, I'm just
Anthony,
arguing her
if I could
thing
ask you a
because I don't
question.
I know that I don't believe this whole G side
Yeah.
argument.
So Anthony, if I can ask you a question. So, I mean, look, I'm conservative. I come on this liberal panel because I want to learn something, or I want to kind of stress test what I believe. So I guess, my question for you, and I definitely appreciate having you on. I mean, I think that's cool. But like, is there something that, and with this administration that you don't like? Is there something that I guess like you want to learn more about, or like you want to learn more about like why liberals believe what they believe, or
because we're crazy.
The liberals believe what they believe because, for one, there's just a opposite day conversation with their side, but there's also a lot of there's a lot of information regarding classified intel that we don't have access to. So there's a lot of guessing game, which goes along with every administration. We're left with having to develop our own opinions, and rather than take opinions from actual like official sources, they say, well, they're lying because you can't trust the government, But then whenever the parties, the polls shift for whatever presidential thing, then all of a sudden, let's say back in Biden, now they're all like for Biden, they're for Kamala, they're for every policy that they put forth, but Trump gets in, and even though a very few policies will align,
isn't that how?
Then they'll be completely against
though?
everything that Trump said.
Anthony, isn't like the media, the courts, the people? Aren't we supposed to be a safeguard and hold our elected officials to a higher standard, especially a standard of excellence. So isn't it like a patriotic thing?
We need to hold our elected officials to the standard of making sure America stays the greatest country on the planet.
Okay, well, we can't do that.
I don't care about
with the
how
current
eloquent a person
trajectory.
speaks.
Well,
I care about the safety and
okay.
the prosperity of America.
So somebody actually said it quite well in the comments. It's called liberal splaining. You're explaining to liberals what liberals believe. As a liberal, let me tell you, I did not.
My point of view of what you guys believe.
Sure, I think that's fair. But let me rebut those beliefs that you have that are incorrect, because I did not trust everything under Biden. I've been questioning this country for a very long time. Almost everything they do. I don't trust the government. And in fact, my perspective of Republicans is exactly what you're saying. So it's almost like projection, where you are that way. You will not trust the government when a liberal is in there. And then when a Republican gets in there, all of a sudden everything's all hunky-dory, because you're pretzeling yourself to, in order to make it so that your side is okay. I'm seeing you do that, like we've been watching this whole time.
Republicans never forced me to do something.
Nobody forced you to do anything. Who forced you to do something?
Obama forced me to have to pay a fine if I didn't have insurance.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, he didn't force you to do anything.
Yes, I did.
No, you could have just not had insurance. You didn't have to pay the fine.
I didn't have insurance,
Or
and I
you could
had to pay a penalty
Or you
for
could
not having it.
Did you have insurance?
No, I didn't have insurance.
Okay. So
listen,
then
if you can't, if you can't afford insurance, then you have to pay a penalty. So I had to. So instead, because I couldn't afford insurance, I had to pay. I had to pay $1,500 in tax at the end of the year.
Yes, sir. Are you in a red state?
So, look, that's
No,
taxes.
I was living in New Mexico when I had.
The government forces you. Donald Trump is forcing you to pay taxes, Anthony. You think that's fair?
Donald Trump has actually given us more taxes.
No. You said Obama is forcing you to do something. Donald Trump is forcing you to pay taxes. Do you think that's a fair statement?
What taxes is Donald Trump forcing me to pay?
Your taxes. Any tax.
The normal taxes that every president has during their presidency?
Yeah.
So what tax did Trump put in place that's forcing me, additional tax that he put forth in
Doesn't
policy
matter.
forcing me?
Doesn't matter.
Of course it matters.
It's
That was
tax.
my argument.
No.
That's exactly my argument.
It's a tax.
Obama
You
put in place a penalty.
You characterized one man who signed legislation that was written by the entirety of Congress. You're characterizing that as one man forcing you to do something when in fact they have the right to change the tax laws. That's all it did. And so by you saying that, I get to characterize Trump as having forced me to pay taxes.
Okay, what tax did Trump create?
It's a silly claim.
Force you to pay. What tax did Trump create during his policy?
They just redid the taxes, and instead of it being zero, they made it where I still pay taxes, and so he's forcing me to pay taxes.
Oh, okay. So
is that not true?
May I please?
He could have made it zero. He could have made it zero. He didn't, did he?
He's forcing us to pay tariffs, right?
There you go.
Good up, APEC. Yep. Oh,
yeah, and how many of those tariffs got renegotiated down to damn near nothing?
Doesn't matter.
Of course it matters, because you guys don't talk about that. You don't talk about tariffs.
No, buddy.
You pay
You're
it.
missing
Right,
something
that didn't need
huge.
to happen.
Yeah, that wasn't your
Get
question.
renegotiated.
How many of the
You
tariffs?
lost in
How many of the
court.
tariffs were negotiated down to damn near nothing?
They were not.
How many
negotiated.
countries? How
He
many
lost
countries
in
open up their
court.
market
The
to Americans?
Supreme Court is forcing
No,
him
the fuck.
to redo
You don't know how
those
tariffs work, sir. You don't know how tariffs
I
work.
do know
Number
how
one,
tariffs work, 'cause
did you
that's
like your
exactly-
taxes under Biden? Did you like your taxes under Biden?
You mean the Trump tax plan that gave everybody a $75,000 deduction?
Wait. Like I said, did you like your taxes under
$75,000?
Biden?
What?
Because, oh, good God. Did you like your taxes under Biden? Because all the Republicans were complaining about their taxes under Biden, but you yourself just mentioned those were the taxes that Donald Trump passed.
Nobody was
That's how our
complaining about
tax system
Biden,
works.
about tax under Biden. They were complaining about Trump's tax plan ending, and if Biden were to win the presidency, which he was too incompetent and too not there to even be a candidate, that they were going to
Okay,
allow that tax plan to expire, which is the reason why the big beautiful bill had to be passed, because it was continuing the tax plan that Trump put in place the first term.
No, it wasn't continuing, sir. The taxes
Mhm.
on the middle class and the poor went up exponentially under this new, big beautiful bitch. But again, sir, your side most certainly complained about the taxes under Biden because it was intentionally done so that the tax um, bonuses for middle class and lower class people went away during Biden's term, so it made Biden look bad. But again, sir, you're looking at a time when your country is going to a conflict while simultaneously cutting the medical for Americans, the food aid for Americans, the housing for Americans. And you're okay with that because someone has told you that they have this marvelous plan. The plan, sir, is not for America to be great. The plan is for the Greater Smithsville Project because the prophecy, the big thing that they're all saying is happening right now is that the Rome will be defeated, that Smithsville will gain control of the Levant, and that what? Jerusalem will be restored. Jerusalem was already restored when they put the embassy in Jerusalem, moving it from Gaza to Jerusalem. We're Rome, dude. The United States. I don't give a fudge about Orange Man bad. I don't care. But I
What are you
do care about
prophesying?
America being a superpower.
Okay, so anyway, I'm not even sure what we're talking about now. The fact
I was
of the
trying to
matter
explain
is
to him the whole premise of
He's a prophet.
No, I got it, but I'm not sure how that fit into what we were talking about just now. Because Anthony claimed that liberals will trust the government under their own administrations and not trust the government during the Republican administrations, and that's not true for all of us, certainly. But that is true for Republicans that I've seen. Because you guys are pretzeling yourselves. This dude ran on peace president, and you guys went around screaming that he's the only peace president. He's the only one that didn't go into this and that and do this and that. And then now that he's gone taking us to war that we didn't need to go into, y'all are pretzeling yourselves in order to make it so that he's okay or that he's right.
I didn't really advocate for the whole like peace president thing because it's inevitable that there's going to be a conflict no matter what president.
Yeah,
But
Anthony.
Yeah, did he? What
always
did
a
you?
conflict.
What? So none of the things that he said he was going to end the war in Ukraine hasn't happened. He said no new wars hasn't happened. He said no tax on tips.
What do you
didn't
think
happen.
is happening right now? What do you think is happening right now? You don't think
what?
You don't think the chronological events is choking out Ukraine's ability to have war?
He said he would end it in 24 hours. That's what he said. Didn't happen.
Through diplomatic channels. He wanted to have a diplomatic solution, but
He didn't do it.
He wasn't able to do it.
Ukraine's war?
Right. Yeah, it's great. And now the dude is talking about we're going to take over the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah.
Essentially.
These are all American like infiltrations and fucking around and shit we shouldn't even do. Right? So we're over here fucking arguing and fighting over some shit that we all really know we shouldn't even be involved in. I mean, if it's truly MAGA, right? If it was truly America first, that's not what the fuck is happening, right? I could see the goal. Let's go, America. Well, bring our troops home. Start, watching this money that's going out to these other countries, for their wars and for their shit. Now, Ukraine's a whole different thing. Like, Russia fucking invaded them, dude. Like, we as American and Big Brother, we cannot stand up and, allow some of that shit, which we should be standing up to Israel for what they're doing. But here we are, right?
Yeah, but the thing is now people want to
Feisty.
a lot of huh?
Oh, I said thank you, Feisty. Sorry. Go ahead.
Like a lot of Democrats want to complain about Israel and how Israel's doing this and then how America's backing Israel because Israel's an ally. So everybody says United States of Israel. But the thing is, we do the same thing for Ukraine. We've done the same thing for Europe during the world wars. So now, where was the sentiment during those times? Like,
We don't support.
Why is it flip floppy? You know, it's like it doesn't make any freaking sense.
We don't support our allies infiltrating and G-siding and starting these insane wars.
That's under your false accusations of a G-side.
It's not false accusation.
We can be a big brother.
It's not false.
And tell them, hey, calm down. Hey, we're not supporting you in this. I mean, there's a lot of things we could say, right? But we don't.
Yeah, dude,
no,
you do
Trump
realize
has told
that
BB to cool it quite a few times. And actually,
you're so confidently wrong.
Yeah, BB
So
has told him
confidently.
down boy. Yeah, BB has told Trump down boy plenty of times. Again, you're not realizing the fact that the United States loses in this. If Israel wins, sir, I guarantee you, on my grandfather who was in Treblinka at 3 years old, I guarantee you the United States loses. And loses for basically all time after that. Because that's the plan. Like, literally, dude, like, you're talking about a place that is the only country, the only sole country in the entire world that has undefined borders, sir. Undefined borders. Only fucking country. It's Israel.
Yeah, and let me play something real quick. This is a video. I did a video about it yesterday, maybe. This is kind of crazy to me, and it makes me really question like our role in Ukraine and what the truth is behind it. Here we go. Watch this.
It's an extraordinary claim by the Ukrainian leader. For the first time since the war began, Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukrainian forces were able to retake territory seized by the Russians using only an army of robots. Zelensky, appearing in a heavily produced video address, said the enemy position was captured by ground systems and drones, without infantry involvement and without losses on the Ukrainian side. In January, defense manufacturer Devdroid posted this video, saying it showed a ground robot equipped with artificial intelligence taking 3 Russian soldiers captive. The Ukrainian battalion posting this similar video, which appears to be from the same incident. How much territory Ukraine was able to recapture and how many Russian soldiers surrendered is unclear. Zelensky is in Europe this week meeting with allies and looking to make more arms deals. In response, Russia's defense ministry saying that European plans to increase drone supplies to Ukraine are dragging those countries into a war with Russia at an ever faster pace.
Now that is some crazy shit, and because if you looked in the background of Zelensky, I'm not sure that he was just right place, right time. You know, I'm not sure, but Israel really is the one behind all this AI shit, this global surveillance that we're now dealing with, and now you've got them like beta testing on the front lines in Ukraine, AI robots that can fucking take people like hostage. Just last week or 2 weeks ago, they sent humanoid bipedal robots in there for testing. The U.S. did, or these companies that are being pushed and really, pushed hard by Israel. I don't know what the conspiracy is here, but I don't think that the Ukraine war at this point is. I think that we're taking advantage of the Ukrainian people probably by making this go on so that they can test out all this shit, or I don't know.
America tried to get Russia and Ukraine to have diplomatic solutions, but neither of them want to agree to any terms, because Russia doesn't want to give up the territory they seized, and Ukraine wants Ukraine whole. And, justified on both ends. I get it.
Well, I mean, how do you feel? I mean, the point of the video was about the robots. Like, do you not have any thoughts about that? Like,
well, the robot situation is real. I mean, it's been put out there that the United States is talking within contracts with talking about getting contracts for drones to use them in this Iran conflict. But
sir,
I guess Ukraine has developed a pretty awesome drone system, But I don't think we're manipulating the Ukrainian people to sustain war. I don't think that. No,
sir. Do you understand this is the technate? In 1949, a group of individuals got together, Walt Disney, Henry Ford, a man named Joshua Handelman, and several others, and talked about it. It's technocracy. It's literally the world being dominated by technology. And by dominated, I mean you have no choice. You have no rights. The whole premise of us taking Greenland and Canada and South America, that's called the technate, the new nation, the new world order. I'm not making anything up. You can look it up. The technate, 1949. And we're seeing all these things come together. It's no coincidence. Israel has been funding Ukraine for the last 5 years through back channels from arms deals.
Wait, did you just
And
say
all
that
of this
did you say Israel has been funding Ukraine?
through back channels for the last 5 years, yeah.
Good lord.
I'm not
I don't
making
know.
it up.
The whole
Like,
conspiracy thing and all that, I'm not into all
it's
that,
not
you know.
conspiracy.
So if you're asking me if I know
exists.
shit about conspiracies, you can just guarantee that I
It's
don't
not
know shit.
I do
conspiracy,
have
dude, for the
a
love
question.
of God.
And my question is that I see on the, and I'm not trying to attack you for this. Look, hopefully Anthony, like you take my questions as I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, so I can better argue points, if that's okay. So I notice your profile picture is like Trump derangement syndrome. Like, what do you mean by that?
It's just fun TikTok thing because liberals get really fucking irate over it.
Okay.
No,
I mean, because
actually
Trump
not.
like induces involuntary reactions from a large portion of the
No,
left.
the only people that have Trump derangement syndrome are the people that worship
Or MAGA. Yeah,
Right,
right.
exactly. That's what I don't understand about this
Well,
whole.
you're the ones that get all fucking flipped out once it's even mentioned. So
No, I don't. But what's funny is the setup. What cracks me up is the setup. Like you guys, you folks, Anthony, everything you guys say is an admission of your own sins. So Trump derangement
Like
syndrome,
what?
that's on you. Like everything
Oh, really?
that Trump people that MAGA talks about and points at liberals and says this makes you mad is exactly what makes you mad.
Like what?
We don't care.
Like what?
I don't care.
Like what?
Have you done your duty outside of your local restrooms lately, making sure everybody has their paperwork in order?
Like what? What am I projecting that makes me upset?
I asked you, did you do your duty, sir? Did you stay
No, I
to
was
the
I was
post
I
up
was
outside your local
talking to
restroom
the
asking
other
for
person that made
paperwork?
claims.
Like my
I think
community
I
service,
stated
I gotta spend 30 minutes a day inside outside the bathroom to check your crotch, make sure you got the right equipment for this room.
Yeah. So I mean, I can provide an example.
So that's what gives me TDS. I don't understand. What am I projecting?
I'm just playing off of what she said. But APEC, give an example.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
APEC said he could give an example. Give us an example.
All the allegations and the convictions against Trump. I mean, do you believe it?
Like what?
Like the felony counts, and I mean, do you believe in it? Do you believe he paid off?
He was charged, right? So he's obviously
convicted.
at this point. Well, convicted, so he's obviously guilty of it at this point, right? So
He's the melon felon.
Is it not?
The melon felon.
Okay, so you believe that? So he was guilty paying off an escort. He was guilty.
Do I believe he got a fair trial? No, I don't believe he got a fair trial. But he was convicted.
Okay, cool. Why don't you believe he got a fair trial? Like, do you believe that most people in America get fair trials?
I think most, yes.
Okay,
most
cool.
do get
Do you think that especially billionaires get really fair trials because they have the ability to hire tons of lawyers to make sure that the prosecution has all their ducks in a row? Like he had access to the best lawyers, right?
I would assume. I don't know the lawyers, so I can't say.
So then there's absolutely no chance he didn't get the fairest of trials because he was able to throw so much money at his lawyers, and his lawyers had to be the best and they made sure that the prosecutors followed every single step of the law.
Okay, how many aspects to a trial are there? Like, How many
There's
working
tons. That's
pieces
what
of a
I'm saying.
trial?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why he hired.
It's
the
not
best
just
lawyers.
defense. It's not just defense. How many active pieces to a trial are there?
Let me ask you this: what would it
Water.
take? What would it take, Anthony, for you to be convinced that he did get a fair trial?
For you to prove to me that there was not political bias in that courtroom?
So, do you think that the jurors,
And that that the
judge,
sitting president at the time was not actively pursuing political bias on
you think the
news stations, pushing
the
a narrative?
president, you think the president of the United States influenced the judge and the jury in that trial?
Yeah, just like he influenced the judge and jury of the trial of
And,
Chauvin case.
and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to the Trump derangement syndrome.
I saw that one coming.
Yeah, look, and Anthony, I guess let's even if we take that out of the equation, do you think all the people like around Trump, for example, or his allies that were either convicted or jailed, Paul Manafort, Roger Stone, George Papadopoulos, Steve Bannon. I mean, the CFO of the Trump organization? You think they were unfairly targeted?
I think a lot of the people that were targeted, that were surrounded around Trump, was more than likely political attacks. Yeah.
So you think the court system is so corrupt that they were unfairly convicted?
So you're going to tell me that the FBI was not politically weaponized?
All right, I would like to take it one more step backwards. One more step back, Anthony. You ready? I'm gonna take it another degree away from Trump's immediate orbit. Do you think the people that were convicted for the January 6th crimes were unfairly convicted? Do you think that was an unfair conviction?
I would say I don't think they were fairly convicted. I think
Ladies and gentlemen, once again,
think whenever they were charged with what they were charged with was legitimate.
Right.
But I feel like they got the very, very extreme end of the stick on that one.
So then I'm gonna go back one more degree, and I'm gonna ask you: do you think Trump has done anything wrong?
Based on
anything, like as a president.
I mean, you're going to ask me if Trump. Of course, Trump's a human. He does wrong things. So you got to.
What should he be punished for?
Okay, right. Give me one thing. Give me one thing he's done wrong.
Well, thank you, Feisty.
I don't. What has he done wrong? So based upon. I can go through some of the things that you think he's done wrong.
No. I'm not.
I think what he asked you.
What should he be punished for? Very specifically, what should he be punished for?
You don't even need that.
I'm not even asking about punishment.
He got charged with 30+ counts of fraud, right?
Listen, Anthony, what do you think he's done wrong?
Well, he got charged with 30-something counts of fraud, so obviously
we all know
that.
Wrong. I'm asking you, what do you think he did wrong?
And currently, up to this day.
Whew. It's sad that it takes this long. This is once again, and I'm not being funny now. Now I'm being serious. This is.
Do you have? Right. Do you have any criticism whatsoever, Anthony, of Donald Trump currently?
Well, I think the whole immigration thing. He should be a little harder on getting more people deported out of here, because there's a lot of false refugee statuses in here still.
So you're saying he's not going hard enough.
I think he should be pushing more on pushing the talking filibuster, or just getting rid of the fucking filibuster.
Wow. Yeah, buddy, I need to ask you. This is a very specific question I'm asking you. It is, what should he be punished for?
Why are you asking me such a stupid question? What should be punished for? I don't know. I'm not Trump's fucking friend.
Well, Anthony,
because you can't punish. Sir, because you can't punish fraud.
Anthony, hang on one sec. Anthony, how about going in and checking out little girls when he was doing the pageant.
Pageant that he owned.
Yeah,
The Miss America women.
yeah.
Girls.
They
They were
weren't
girls.
women. They weren't women. They were children.
So they were below the age of 18.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Correct.
That's false.
Well, God, I can't.
So
I just
if
can't
they're
remember.
under 18, they're not children.
Hello? Let me finish what I was
It was
saying.
a Miss
please.
America pageant. Miss America pageants is not for children. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Sir, Miss Teen USA sure as fuck is.
It was
But
Miss
again,
wasn't Teen
what
USA,
should
it
he
was
be
Miss
punished
America
for? Okay,
Go
what
relook
should he
it
be
up,
punished
Anthony.
for?
I don't live in America anymore. Thank God.
Good for you.
Good for you.
Okay, Anthony, what should he
I'm
be
jealous.
punished for?
Yeah, unlike
You're
you,
asking me.
Anthony, who
You're
lives
asking
in
me
normal
questions that
space
I don't have
I've
answers
lived
to.
all
Because
over
how am I
the
supposed to
Effortless.
know what he should be
Oh my
punished for?
God.
Effortless.
So,
I appreciate
well,
your. I appreciate.
I
appreciate your
I've been
effort.
trying to ask the same question for 10 minutes.
I know,
Jesus
I know,
Christ.
but he's never gonna
it's
give in.
But see, this is
Yeah,
all
well,
based upon.
well.
This
If
is
the
all based
question
upon
is,
old news and
if
opinions
the
and shit like this. So it's not. So you're asking me what she should be punished for. Thing is,
Okay, cool.
I'm not the fly
he
on the
should be
wall.
punished for being a bad boy.
Yeah,
I'm
so
sure that's why he.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's why he hangs out with Bubba. He's like,
you
I've
tell
been
me
a
what he
bad
should be
boy.
punished for.
I've been
Go
a
ahead and
bad
get liberals
boy.
live fucking
Jesus
knocked
Christ.
down for
This is a
misinformation.
paradox.
What do
This is
you
a
think he
paradox.
was
It's because you can't punish
doing
God.
in the back of the car with Putin on the way to the White House?
Go ahead. You guys tell me what he should be punished for so liberals' life can get taken
No,
down for misinformation.
Oh,
Because that will
Anthony,
happen.
you're missing the point.
Go ahead. Tell
No,
You're
me.
missing the
Anthony,
point,
you're
Anthony.
missing the point. The point is you can't seem to find anything except for the
Right.
no wait, except for he's not going hard enough on immigrants. You seem to you can't find a single thing he's done wrong, and that is a god complex. That is a cult. That is called
Well,
Donald Trump.
Well,
that is a
Anthony,
false statement.
Anthony, I'm sure that he went really hard on immigrants when they were in Epstein's island or in Jeffrey Epstein's brownstone. I'm sure he went real hard on those immigrants.
Yeah,
Or when
Do you
You
think?
care to elaborate on that one?
Or when they were building his Mar-a-Lago, or when they were building his casinos and he didn't pay them because he's a bastard, or when they built his Trump Tower and he didn't pay them because he's a cheap fucking bastard.
When he
It's
said
like,
he wanted to deport everybody except hospitality workers and kitchen crew, or whatever.
right.
Wasn't
He's such
Nicky
Everybody else
Such
didn't
a-
serve him.
He's such a blatant piece of shit, and he brags about it, and I don't
Yeah.
understand why his followers don't just go, yeah, he's a blatant piece of shit. He's a lion, blatant piece of
Because
shit,
you
and he
can't-
brags about it. Like his golf game.
Because
You've seen him cheat at golf, right?
you can't punish God.
When's the last
Anthony.
time I golfed with Trump? How the fuck do I know?
Thank you for.
Oh man!
Yeah,
Because
that's
all you have to
ridiculous
do. Wait! Oh no! I hate that answer. Because Anthony, all you have to do is pay the slightest bit of attention and look at the host.
To
what the host
golf?
does for you.
So I need to be at Mar-a-Lago to watch him golf to know that
No!
he cheats?
Anthony,
I'm not at Mar-a-Lago, but I know
Anthony.
he cheats at golf.
Anthony, can you read?
Oh, it says I got to remove Pyre. I don't even know what for. Here, let me drop you.
That's cool.
It
I'm
says
telling you, you guys gotta be careful. A lot of this misinformation you keep spewing.
No. This was harassment and bullying. What?
What?
It's like you're only allowed to ask 3 questions within a 5-minute period. If you go beyond that, it's harassment and bullying. Anyway, Anthony,
Yo, my
let me ask you:
homies in Tel Aviv.
Does this bother you at all? This headline: Miss USA 2001 contestant Trump barged into room when we were naked. She was 15.
Who's the woman that's talking with the really voice?
I'm asking you a question. I don't have a high pitched voice.
With the team USA.
I'm talking with the British accent.
Here, let me pull it up.
The team?
2 young Miss USA. Let's see, 15. Let me do the search. One girl was 15 years old at the time. Separately, BuzzFeed reported on Wednesday that several teen beauty queens from the 1997 Miss Teen USA said Trump entered a communal dressing room while several of them were naked. One girl was 15 years old at the time. Another Miss USA contestant from 2001 who spoke to the Guardian didn't recall Trump showing inappropriate behavior. She recalled Trump being backstage, she said, but only on the evening that pageant was nationally televised. So there are people, he's barging into the dressing rooms of these teenagers, 15 years old. Do you think that is acceptable behavior? Is that something you can criticize?
I don't think it's acceptable behavior, but I mean, it has to be proven to be true.
There we go.
If he did it, then punish him.
You know how we prove it was
There
true?
we go.
You know how we prove it was true? He bragged about it on Howard Stern.
Right. He did.
Yeah.
I'll pull up the clip.
Based upon how many people said it. I mean, if he violated something, then punish him.
He said it himself, Anthony.
He said that he walked in on 15-year-old girls?
On the girls and the backstage. He did say it. He was talking to some. Is that what you're looking up, Lib?
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. On the show, he didn't specify that it was the Teen USA in this particular instance. But you do also have 15-year-olds saying that he did that. So when he's admitting that he does this thing and he has this type of behavior about him, and then the 15-year-olds that are corroborating this and saying, yeah, he walked in on us while we're naked. I'm sorry. Are you not going to believe that?
When was all this brought to light?
All during this was a long time ago. This is all known.
These are all old reports that are just now getting dredged up.
Well, how about the escalator? How about the kid on the escalator? The little girl on the escalator that said, "I'll be dating you in 10
about
years."
a year ago.
You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
In 2001, Tasha Dixon
Here,
was
I don't think I. Hold on, let me see.
Donald Trump.
I'll find the better clip because that one is edited from CNN. So let me find the full clip.
You're talking about the man whose grandfather would own brothels in the Yukon. The average age of the girls who worked there was 15 years old. You're talking about the man, again, who also owned child beauty pageants while simultaneously being friends with J.E. And did you know several of those contestants went missing, by the way? Weird little thing, right? In addition to the fact of him getting $1.6 billion in wire transfers from J.E. in that course of time. Isn't that real funny? So you're talking about someone who has been known to have a certain behavior.
Yeah, but you have to be able to have some more legitimized information around some of the stuff you're saying.
Well, here. This is from 2005.
You can always back it up, love.
Yeah, this is from 2005.
Backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
I remember being in the back and hearing the chaperones say, "Ladies, listen up. We've got someone that's going to come in and see you. Make sure you're at least covered up." All of the girls were changing, getting their bras and underwear on and getting ready to put on their opening number outfits.
So when Donald Trump walked in, there were women in there who weren't fully clothed?
Correct. Women were not fully clothed when Donald Trump came in.
And some of those women were, what, as young as 15?
Yes, 15 years old.
I'll go backstage before...
There you go.
Anthony, that's another British accent.
Yeah, I mean, you did say that needs to be dealt with. That's not
But
acceptable.
how do we know she's telling the truth?
Yeah. So
okay. All right.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, that's a legitimate question.
Hold on
How do
real
you know
quick.
she's telling the truth?
Anthony. Ta-da! You've got TDS.
So I can't question whether she's telling the truth or not. So do you?
He admitted, Anthony, he admitted that he goes behind the king in the dressing room while they're naked. He said it on a show, and then when somebody says, "Yeah, this happened," you're like, "Can I believe it?" That is the definition of TDS.
Now she's saying 15-year-old. So
okay, hey, Anthony,
which one
can
is
I
it?
ask you a question?
Yes.
Bro? Hey, bro, can I ask you a question, man? Look, aside from all that political, like, you don't support like that PDF shit, right?
No.
Okay, like in no fashion, correct? I mean, that's like a general, like, American thought and feeling. Like, well, you don't support that shit, right?
Of course, I do not support
Okay,
that.
so okay, like I figured as much, bro. Okay, so we
Why
know that
can't
if
you
there's
say then
we
that
know
it's
that if there's
wrong?
hold on, please, Feisty, hold on.
Sorry.
If there's one accusation against somebody, like we try to take it serious, but one single accusation can be questioned, I guess, if you will, if anything is going to be questioned, right? Well, when you start getting repeated, and the person says he is a hornball and does what he wants. When you see video of him talking to little children, say he'll be dating her in 10 years. When you get the civil conviction of a grape, okay, when you have all these things piled against one single person, do you not, and this is serious, bro, I'm not trying to like back in a corner, like, do you not stop and think that fuck, if one person says it, you can kind of, but after one, right, and then all the repeated and repeated, like, do you not think that it is more than just trying to bash a man, trying to, you know what I mean? There's got to be some kind of truth.
Well, how come there's no
somewhere?
How come there's no
Hold on. Can you
How come
just
there's no
answer
criminal action against it? How come there's no?
There
How
was
come
a
there's not
statute-
a shit ton of cases coming after him?
There
How
was
come
a
there's
statute
not?
of limitations on the E. Jean Carroll case, okay, bro? That's why he was held civilly liable and couldn't be
He
convicted.
was held civilly liable for fraud.
No, he was held
Fraud.
civilly liable for graping E. Jean Carroll.
Fraud.
And if that was because
No.
it was past the
Yes.
statute of limitations, dude. Okay?
Fraud.
So all I'm getting at, though, bro, is...
What was
do
the
you
case with
not
E. Jean
think-
Carroll? What was that case?
Oh,
She
bro.
got brought in
Can
as
you
a
not,
as,
hey,
as a
can you not
secondary.
answer my question? Can
Yeah,
you not
he's
just answer my
asking
question?
you, Anthony. He's asking you, do you understand why when multiple
Yes, I do
people-
understand why. But
Okay,
a
so
lot of
you-
accusations
does that-
come out against high-profile
Anthony,
people. So,
Anthony,
but the thing is,
Anthony,
how do you
but does
prove
that-
it? How do you prove whether these claims are true or not?
Does that not make you question things?
Of course, it can make you question it, but how do you prove whether it's true or not?
So why would you not start questioning things in your head after 4 and 5 fucking incidents, dude? I'm just asking you, brother. I'm
Well,
not trying
did
to
it make
argue
you
with
question? Would it make you question the political attacks against Trump during his first term on whether all of those?
Bro,
Why all of a sudden is the
man
left coming
literally
after
said-
Trump so hard, trying to
the
tear him
man
down?
literally said he could grab
What about
Trump by
look at the
pussy.
Russia hoax? Like there's
Okay,
literally
because
criminal investigation going around. The
Yeah, he
originator of the Steele
literally
dossier.
said he literally said with Billy Bush that he could grab women by the pee, right? He said it. And that's exactly what E. Jean Carroll fucking subscribed to. She said that had happened. So when you're
Yeah,
saying,
it just so
oh,
happens
there's a
that she
political
just said that
attack.
after they put that on the air, and then she was like, you know
Dude,
what?
hey,
I'm gonna corroborate that.
dude, guess
She-
what? Guess what?
she
He
told
also
people.
said he wanted to bone his daughter.
Yeah, she told other people, Anthony, when it happened, at the time that it happened. She told people, and they corroborated this.
Well, and again, that
I
wasn't trying to
mean-
be I wasn't trying to argue with you, brother. I'm trying to reach, like, so we can get, like, on the same page, man. And
Yeah,
if we
but now
don't
are you
agree
on the
with-
same page as me though? Thing is, you can
Okay, well,
question
yes,
on whether
hey,
on the
can I
legitimacy of
answer
the
your-
claims, but
hey,
are you also questioning the illegitimacy of the claim, the possibility?
Yes. Okay. Yes. So when you said that a second ago, in his first term, okay, you know what I find that happens when people start to rise to positions of power, a lot of shit comes up. Now, whether it was brought up 20 years ago and is now coming to light, or or how many people has he paid off? I mean, there's a lot of things involved, right? Okay, but when people go to positions of power or are trying, and that could be CEOs, that could be governors, not just the president. A lot of shit comes up, right? Look at professional athletes, right? They start Kobe Bryant, right? People come to these rise of fame, and some people try to take advantage of it and make false claims, and other things actually happen because they're in a position of power, right? And you can agree with that, right? So you do have to take some of it with a grain of salt, right? But when it's repeated, brother, and
even from his own mouth. And even from
Yes,
his
sir.
own mouth. I
And
walked
look
into
at
the
him as a
back while they
character.
were naked, and then people are like, yeah, he did that. And Anthony's like,
but if the Democrats were
the
Democrats were so hard and so confident that he's such a guilty person, why do they hold everything within their political bias?
Well,
why don't they put things into a more fair area so people like me can say, okay, Trump is 100% wrong because there is no political malpractice going on here.
Anthony, let me ask you something. Because you said to those people that were 15, do you think that he walked into the dressing room of adults at a pageant that he owned? Since he said that he did?
Sure, that's what he said. I mean,
Do you think that's okay?
What else am I supposed to believe?
Right.
Do you think that's okay?
Were they clothed? Because the woman just said they were told to be clothed. So what's true?
No.
Were they clothed? Were they not clothed?
He himself said that they were naked. He said they were naked. Listen, I'll play it again. He literally said that.
Well, according to the supposed witness, she said that they announced that he's coming in.
And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay?
With no clothes.
Standing there with no clothes.
And so I sort of get away with it.
He said it from his own mouth. So do you think that it's acceptable to walk into the dressing room of adult women?
If it's unconsensual, I don't think it's acceptable at all. No.
Okay.
Well,
we got somewhere. We got somewhere.
That's a fucking start. Yes, sir.
Listen, I am not beyond moral convictions. I need to challenge the narratives because it's been proven time and time again that liberal narratives are usually very inflammatory.
Aren't you talking about a Democrat?
I want to speak to
Aren't you
that.
talking about a Democrat, sir?
Go ahead.
Has it been 10 minutes, Pyre? Let me. I'm gonna pull Pyre up real quick. If he's still under the 10-minute, it may give me another violation. So 1 second.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's been 10 minutes. All right, there we go. Okay, go ahead, guys.
All right, go ahead, APEC.
Aren't you talking about
quietly
a
in the
Democrat,
corner
Anthony? Anthony, aren't you talking about a Democrat? Aren't you at the time that this all happened? He was a Democrat.
Oh, Carson, yes, you can.
Yeah, at the time too, he wasn't called racist either because he was in almost every rap song during that time frame.
He
was a large advocate
for the black people.
For the black community.
He was literally court ordered. He was court ordered to do that.
So we only have almost 7 minutes left. Carson wanted to ask a question, so go ahead, Carson.
Anthony, would you consider someone who looks at a 10-year-old child and says, I'm going to be dating you in 10 years? Would you consider said person a child predator if they were to look at a 10-year-old child, little girl, and tell her, hey, I'm going to be dating you in 10 years? Would you consider that person a child predator, yes or no?
I think it's inappropriate, but I don't think I would call it a child predator.
Wow. What?
You see, guys, they don't care.
No.
Because he knows that, right? He knows that Trump did that exact thing,
thing,
so he would catch himself, right? He caught himself. He can't say yes because Trump is guilty of that exact thing.
So what constitutes a child predator? What's the definition?
Are you talking someone who preys on children?
Somebody who preys on children.
Sorry.
Okay, so now, did he prey on child or did he say something inappropriate?
Somebody who looks at a 10-year-old little girl and says, hey, I'm going to be dating you. That is a child predator by definition. Someone who preys on
you have kids.
Is this the same person who talked about his? Is this the same person who talked about his 18-month-old daughter?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I just because I can't fathom.
Of course, it's inappropriate.
I can't fathom the mindset of any male who looks at a child that's under the age of 18 and thinks sex. Because I look at even 20-year-olds and I'm like, these are just babies.
Yep.
I'm only 43.
Kids, and I would like to make a more broad statement because apparently if I make a direct statement, I might
Don't you be bullying now, Pyre. You gotta cut that out.
Wait,
Pyre is speaking to the audience.
Wait, what amazes me is the amount of evidence it takes that we have stacked against Trump and to convince Trump supporters, I'm not talking to you, Anthony, to convince them that he's done something wrong. but just the vaguest notion of Hunter Biden doing something wrong, the vaguest conspiracy that Joe Biden did something wrong, and they are on board. He did it wrong.
So what's the vague
wrong. But
notions?
but could I please finish? So we have stacks of evidence against Trump, and Trump derangement syndrome supporters refuse to believe the evidence we have against him. Whereas if you just come up with the craziest baby-eating conspiracy about Hillary Clinton or about Joe Biden, they are on board 100%.
Right.
They did it. They're guilty.
Right.
But I refuse to believe the stacks of evidence you have against my guy. And that's
So what stacks?
wait, Anthony, hold on, one more thing. The difference between you and me is that if the evidence for Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden turns out to be true, I will be 100% on board to prosecute them and sentence them to jail. That's the difference
But they
between
won't.
me and you.
Yep. Agreed.
They won't, because it was all within
I
the
don't care about
capacity of their
I don't
of
care
their
about
position.
they. Anthony, you keep talking about they.
Right.
I don't know who they are, but I'm telling you what I would do and what all of my Democratic friends would do. We just did it with Swalwell. Swalwell, the guy running for governor of California, just got accused of some bad stuff. And you know what happened? They yanked his support, they yanked his funding, and he dropped out of the race like he should. Even if he isn't guilty, he should have done exactly what he did. Do you see the difference? And I'm not
No.
talking to you, Anthony.
What difference? What are the differences? What are we talking about?
The difference is Swalwell took responsibility and he dropped out of the frickin' race because he was accused of misconduct. Whereas Trump, who's been convicted 34 times of felonies, continues to stay in power and you continue to support him. That's the difference.
Yeah, but
Yeah, so my question, I just want to say something real quick there. So my question, Anthony, is it fair to say, correct me if I'm mistaken, that you deplore his character but agree with his policy, or you think his character is fine?
I definitely agree with his policy. I
But
voted for
what
his
about his
policy. I didn't
character?
vote for the kind words that come out of his mouth.
Yeah, but what about the guy's character?
Well, did you vote for these words that come out of his mouth? Let me play this real quick.
I just said I did not. I voted for policy, which
It's
is
the
what you
lost
should
Donald
do.
Trump video that has people talking. Trump and then-wife Marla Maples appeared on the TV show Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous back in 1994. Host Robin Leach asked about their daughter Tiffany, who was then just a year old.
Now, Donna, what does Tiffany have of yours and what does Tiffany have of Marla's?
Well, I think that she's got a lot of Marla. She's really a beautiful baby, and she's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell.
Daily Show host Trevor Noah dug up the long-forgotten footage,
I'm pretty sure nobody has seen this clip since it aired over 20 years ago.
and he was left speechless by what he heard.
We don't know whether or not she's got this.
It's a 1-year-old baby, bro.
So he
A
dotes on his wife,
1-year-old,
but
that's
that's an issue.
Anthony, do you have kids, man?
Anthony,
You guys are so ridiculous.
Wait, how are you going to spin the fact that he said that his daughter was not his daughter? He'd be dating her. Can you spin that one for us?
He's doting on his wife.
Can you spin?
Bro,
wait. What
he's
about when they
talking
asked
about
him?
his baby.
about
His 1-year-old
There's
daughter.
Oh, that baby. She's got her legs.
She got some legs.
All right.
She
If you
got
guys wanna take this seriously,
legs.
you really have to.
Yeah,
She
but here's the
knows,
not be
thing.
so
like-
ridiculous.
You know, if it was my child, I would say something like this. You know, I would hope that the child would grow up to have my wife's intellect, my wife's grace, my wife's effect. I mean, not like, but you know,
Dude,
not
like
stress.
I hope she got Marlon's
Boiling-
kitty meat. I hope she got that kitty meat.
boiling a child down to the sexual objects that men look at first with your fucking baby is
It
wild.
wasn't about the baby. It was about his wife. He was talking about his wife.
He was
Hey,
talking
yeah.
about the baby. And
Yeah, but
when
it was-
describing the
You guys
baby,
don't
when
understand
describing the
English, right? You don't
baby,
understand how people
when describing this baby, Donald Trump pointed to the two things that men generally will objectify: the breast,
Yeah.
which the
He was
baby
doting
doesn't
on
even
his
have.
wife.
Wait, hold
That
on.
is
I gotta-
disgusting,
He was
bro.
doting on accentuated
I'll be right
pictures
back.
that
I
he
gotta go in front of my girlfriend.
Well, I'm wrapping it up
You
anyway.
ever hear if she gets it from her mama? You know, there was like a whole fucking song about that.
Yeah, that's insane, bro.
You don't say that about babies,
from her
Anthony.
mama, not a
Are you
fucking
stupid?
child.
Somebody, what the fuck? I don't get it. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Do what, Feisty?
Are you coming back later?
Usually not. I mean, unless I get a hair up my ass, I may.
What time is it where you live?
You said
It's
you
currently
weren't gonna come on
1:44
last
p.m.
weekend, and you
All right,
did.
all right.
Right, exactly, Feisty. Oh, remove Carson. What the fuck? Carson got a violation now. I gotta drop you, Carson. Hold on, let me see. It says
enjoys that food
harassment. It says harassment and bullying.
Somebody on this panel is ratting people
Anthony,
out.
did you report?
Well, okay. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. A group of liberals have been instructed. About 1,000 of them were told to come here and report my live always. So you got to be real careful. That's why
that's called indivisible and 50501. They don't want any opposing view to be talked about.
No, these people aren't part of 50501. Anyway, I'm wrapping it up, guys. I realize that I'm ending on a weird fucking note, but it is what it is.
I promise I'll be super fast.
I may come back to what?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just
Get
saying,
it out.
Thank God Trump got rid of all those child trafficking task force federally. Thank God that he got rid of that. Total waste of money.
Yeah.
So that there are more infants. So that the TDS people can look at the infants and be like, "Oh, I bet that baby's gonna have big old honkers when that baby gets older."
my only hope.
What the
this
fuck?
is not going to happen. But my only
And
hope
see, this is why I didn't want to let anybody go, because everybody was going to start talking again.
Right. Well, no. My parting message, and I will literally drop myself after this. Anthony.
Okay.
You need some self-reflection, my friend. Like I don't say this often. I really don't, because people are entitled to believe whatever they want to believe. But the knot that I watch you wrap yourself into to defend the behaviors of this, just let me finish. The knots I see you wrap yourself into to defend the behavior of this billionaire who doesn't give a shit about you or me it blows my mind. I don't understand.
Well, here's the thing. This is the reason why I challenge what you guys say, because you guys blindly.
This is why I didn't want anybody to say
everybody's guilty, but you don't like. But yet you're not willing to. You're not willing to challenge the legitimacy.
All right, thank you, Pyre.
You can drop me.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Okay, guys, I'm going to try to wrap it up. Thank you, Hooligan. I appreciate it. I won't be generally going to be coming on the weekend. If I do, it'll be a surprise even to me. But I will be back on Monday for... Oh, shit, I almost forgot. Guys, before I go, we're having game night. Sunday, game night, 6 p.m. Central. We're doing game night. It should be fun. We haven't done it before. We've only beta tested it once, so we'll see how it goes. But be there and what's that?
It's for gays only.
For gays only?
Yeah.
No. We're having gay night. Everybody, gay night at 6 o'clock. It's gonna be wild. No. Game night, like playing. Game night. We're having. Maybe I do need a gay time panel. I don't know. I hadn't even thought of that, but now you're giving me
that
ideas.
Might get interesting, bro.
Now you're giving me ideas. Well, here, let me. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and play the video before I go. Here's the video, just so you know, right here.
Begin, let the games begin. Roll the dice. It's game night.
It's game night.
All right.
So you guys can go and watch that and put it in your calendar. I should probably create an event for it. Anyway, come back. It should be fun. It would be no politics unless you as part of the game. That's fine, but it won't be about politics because
So is it
we all need a break. Is it what's that?
Battling.
battling. Well, we'll be playing against each other. It'll be, you know, we're going to try one game in particular that we know can work, and the audience will get to participate as well. So we'll explain it all at 6:00 p.m. Central Time on Sunday, and I hope that you guys, I hope you guys show up. But our regular schedule will be back Monday morning at 9 a.m. Central Time for the man panel from 9 to 11, and then transitioning into politics thereafter. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for the support. It's been an awesome live. It's been a lot of fun. Hell, we hit 122,000 likes. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, we will catch you guys on Sunday. We'll see y'all on Sunday. Peace.
Later on, guys.
See ya.